Good afternoon. I'm the Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor John McNicholas, and in the absence of the Lord Mayor, Councillor Anne Lucas, who is still sadly unwell, so I will be chairing today's meeting. Can I say that Anne is much better, and thank you to everybody for the kind wishes, flowers and gifts. She is hoping to return next month if all goes well. On behalf of everyone, I'd like to send Anne our continuing best wishes and hope that she feels better soon. I'd like to welcome you to this live meeting of the City Council. Please be aware that this meeting is being recorded. We continue to meet remotely today in line with government regulations to stay safe and keep to guidelines. I would like to remind everyone that I will be expecting members to treat each other with courtesy and respect. Can I please ask members not to use the chat facility unless it is for a process matter? There will no doubt be a number of members who will wish to speak today. Can I respectfully ask members to stay within the time limits wherever possible? Thank you. Item 1, apologies for absence. I invite the Chief Executive to read out apologies received.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. We've received apologies from Councillors Abbott, Hare, Core, John Mutton and Lucas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 2. Agreement of the minutes of the meeting held on the 19th of January 2021. I call for the agreement of the minutes. Councillor Mal Mutton to move.
Formally move, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Councillor Seamus Walsh to second.
Only second, Lord Mayor.
Can members please unmute their microphones? All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Abstentions? The minutes are agreed. Can members please mute their microphones? Item 3, exclusion of press and public. Members are requested to agree to exclude the press and public for the item of business identified in the private part of the agenda. I call on Councillor Mal Mutton to move.
Formally move, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Councillor Walsh to second.
Only second, Lord Mayor.
Can members please unmute their microphones? All those in favour?
Aye.
Any against? Any abstentions? That is carried, and the press and public will be excluded for the item of business identified in the private part of the agenda. Could members please mute their microphones? Item 4, correspondence and announcement of the Lord Mayor. It is with sadness that I inform you of the death of former councillor Malkir Singh Orlick. Malkir served as a Labour councillor for Fosa Ward for 12 years. During this time, he sat on a number of scrutiny boards and was a member of the Fosa Ward Forum. Personally, I'd like to say he was a very kind and generous man, and he was helpful to all. I was also saddened to hear of the death of former council employee Bob Mullins. Bob worked for the council for 34 years until his retirement in 2017. He was a valued member of the Central Accommodation Services team and was well known to members. Can I also say Councillor Gurdev Hare sadly lost his wife recently. Letters of condolence have been sent to the families, and our thoughts and prayers are with them at this time, at this very sad time. I now call on the council to observe a minute's silence in memory of those lost. I've been notified that the following members wish to speak. I will be calling them in this order, so there is no need for these members to raise their hands. Councillors Duggins, Lacker, Harvard, N. Akhtar, P. Akhtar, Councillor Lapser, and Councillor Ridley. Councillor Duggins.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I wish to make mention of all the 3 people who have unfortunately lost their lives recently, and certainly since our last meeting. Former Councillor Malky Orlick was a next-door neighbour councillor to myself, and not only was he well known and well loved in Fosal, that was the same in my own ward, Longford Ward. Many a time I've been with Malky, and there are people from my own ward who have known him. He was, as I said, a well-respected councillor. The first time I met Malky, I think, was during the 1992 general election. I went to a number of house meetings and then a celebrity meetings on the election of Bob Ainsworth. And Malky often spoke passionately, powerfully, and with some sense of humour. Colleagues will also know that Malky was a popular bus driver who managed to stay on beyond retirement age, and that's an indication of the esteem he was held in by the former, well, what is now Travel Commentary. A story that I am sure will amuse everyone, including Randir, is that I was walking down the high street one day, I think it was a Friday, and I heard Malky's voice, but I couldn't see him. And he was calling my name, and the thing was that I spotted him in Lee's Place. He had actually stopped the bus to have a chat, wound down the window, and in the end I had to say to Malky, I think you need to drive on. But Malky was somebody who I have fine and fond memories of. Over the last few years, unfortunately, Malky's health deteriorated, and that was why he did not stand for Fosal in 2016 election that I'm sure he would have won. Randir, I hope, is with us this afternoon, and she can be justly proud of the way that she looked after Malky during the years of deteriorating health. Malky will always be fondly remembered by all of us. Deputy Lord Mayor Bob Mullins, as you have said, was with us for 34 years. He was a devoted member of the front desk staff. And colleagues, that is not to be underestimated, because for many people, the first impression of the council are the people that people meet on that front desk. I always enjoyed chatting to Bob, and he regularly sponsored me on the various charity runs that I did over the years. I never had to ask him. He always asked me whether he could sponsor me, which I thought was exceptionally kind. Bob certainly died before his time. He was only just beginning to enjoy his retirement, and this is so sad. It was good that Bob, even after his retirement, popped in every now and again, and colleagues were always pleased to see him. Again, Bob will be sadly missed. There is clearly gaps in a number of people's lives as a result of this. I just want to say a few words about Gerdy's wife, Mrs. Hare. I never met Gerdy's wife, but I do feel that when something as tragic as this happened, that we all feel on it. We have our differences in the chamber, and some of those will be played out today. But there is a fact, when tragedy strikes, as it did in recent weeks, we all want to come together to support Gerdy in any way that we can. I know that Mrs. Hare fought a wicked illness with great bravery, and obviously we all feel for Gerdy. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Duggins. Councillor Lacker.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. And as leaders, I concur actually whatever leaders said on these three issues. Same is like Mrs. Gurdeva's wife, obviously long-term illness and so on. I have spoken to Gurdev on the phone on this, offered my condolences. As Bob, we all knew, since those of us who are since sometimes around the council house, he was always very cheerful, sometimes cracking jokes with us very nicely. And also, even when he retired, he was still around, and I used to joke around, you can't save him from here, and still talking a bit of politics. Yes, he will be missed. He became a good friend of all of us. I think not only me. I think there's I think he was politically sympathetic to me. I can say it now. Obviously, we can't say at that time when he was working. So it's nice that he was always, but it's sad loss. Malkith, I knew Malkith, like Joy said, it's in 90s or before 90s perhaps. First time he met me in Ajit Darbar Sikh temple, because he was involved with alongside with my good friend Dharm Singh Nagra, late Dharm Singh Nagra. So that's where we started meeting first. Then later on, obviously he became councillor. At that time when Meeta was already councillor for that ward, and he expressed his desire to stand. And then he actually came to my house a couple of times, so I actually helped to draft his speech for this election. So since then, carry on working together. When I had the difficulty, when there was a lapse of the Diwali function 1 year, so I thought it needed to be kick-started. So Malkith was very supportive with me. So we kickstart the Diwali function in Fawzal again. So Malkith has done a reasonably good job. He's well known in the community, and sometimes people used to call him, because he used to roar everywhere, as George mentioned. And people used to call him a lion of Fawzal. And every time he used to come to the council house, hello, Your Honor, everybody knew whether you are sitting in your own place or somewhere else, you could hear Malkith sounding around here. And I remember one of colleagues used to call him Mr. Blakey as a fun, because he used to work as a bus driver. Remember the Mr. Blakey's comedy side. So it was nice to always have cracking jokes with him. Particularly within the Indian community, he was very close to me in that sense, working in many projects in the Indian community, working together. And it was certain when I learned that he's not standing, it was a bit of shock. But since then, I did go afterwards to see him in his house, Bedlam Lane. And then since he moved, Randy very kindly took him with her into her house, and she did a wonderful job to look after her parents. In that sense, I think since then I kept on asking Randy about his wellness, but obviously he wasn't that good. And he said that he's lost, he's gone. Obviously, it's never easy for any family when somebody goes from the family, and specifically Auntie Charanjit Kaur, she's known to me since a very long time, including my family. And obviously, my specific condolences to her, because in this position, it's not easy for any person when the partner is around. Obviously, Randy and the rest of the family, my condolences to you. May God bless you. So thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lacker. Call on Councillor Harwood.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I agree wholeheartedly with every word that both the leader and Ram have said about all three here. But I'm speaking particularly now about the loss of Bob. And I was deeply, deeply saddened to hear of it. And I wanted to say we had many a conversation, always about politics, not just at his desk in the council house, but in my local pub. And I really enjoyed those chats, not just because Bob knew what he was talking about, and he did, but because he was such a wonderful person, a really, really nice person. I'm so sorry he's gone. I think it was, yes, much too soon. and I shall really miss him.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. Councillor N. Akhtar.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Like other colleagues, I was deeply saddened of the death of former Councillor Malkit Aulek and council employee Bob and Councillor Gurdeep's wife. Lord Mayor, I first met Malkit during the local election campaign in 2006, which he unfortunately lost. I used to run a volleyball club in Edgewick Park in Foleshill. In one afternoon, Malkit approached me through a mutual friend and asked me if I could help him with his election campaign and arrange a meeting with my group. He was a bit concerned about the potential outcome of the election, as the local Tories were using Iraq war against the Labour Party. I helped him arrange a meeting with our group and also helped him in his campaign. Despite the good and energetic campaign fought by the full Labour Party, Malkit lost that famous election by only 6 votes. From the day one, Deputy Lord Mayor, he believed that the election was stolen from him by his opponent by casting bogus and fraudulent votes. I was very impressed by his determination, commitment, and passion which he has showed during the investigation of the rigged election, which led to a first conviction on electoral fraud in the history of this country, and no doubt, Deputy Lord Mayor, that credit goes to Malkit. Deputy Lord Mayor, Malkit was a good friend, a dedicated councillor who will be missed dearly by his friend and his family. My deepest sympathies and condolences to Mrs. Aulek and his daughter, Councillor Randir Aulek. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Akhtar. Excuse me. I call on Councillor P. Akhtar.
Lord Mayor, thank you. Lord Mayor, first I want to give apologies on behalf of Councillor Abdul Khan. He'll be late about 20 minutes. And Lord Mayor, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Lord Mayor, on behalf of Councillor Abdul Khan, and I would like to pay tribute to our good friend, former Councillor Malkit Aulek, who has sadly passed away just over a week ago. I rise to mark the passing of an incredible man who has served his community vigorously and with tenacity. He was a councillor for over 10 years, and I have personally known him for much longer. And for each of those 10 years, he gave his life in service to the people of Foleshill, the ward he represented, and the people of our city. Nothing was ever too much trouble for him, day or night. If a member of the community called on him, even if he was late at night asking for help, he would immediately jump in his car or pick up the phone to sort out the problem. I and Councillor Khan met former Councillor Aulek 35 years ago, and he was the one who really encouraged us to stand as councillors. In fact, he actively encouraged many others in the chamber today to get into local politics and to put ourselves forward as councillors. This is part of his legacy. But for him, the face of our council chamber would look very different. He was one of the first few Asian councillors to join Coventry as an elected member, and he paved the way for others here today. He was a larger-than-life character. He had passion for everything he did, and particularly for his work as councillor. He believed in the power of a councillor to make a positive difference to people's lives, and for this, he will be missed by the communities he served, and by me and Councillor Khan. Our condolences to his family, to Auntie, and to Ranveer. And one final thought, and a reassuring one, I hope, for his family and friends. It is hard to forget someone who gave us so much to remember. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Akhtar. I call on Councillor Lapser.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. And it's so sad when we have a council meeting and we have 3 passings. And my sincere condolences to Gurdev. I didn't know Mrs. Hare, but at these times it is so sad. I did know Malkiet and had many a polite conversation with him. And I always used to look at Malkiet when he used to be in the chamber and he spoke with such passion. But straight after it, he would always shake someone's hand, having a cup of tea after. I had many a polite conversation with him. And again, sincere condolences. Bob Mullen, the thing is, Deputy Lord Mayor, some of you may know, most of you won't know, that Bob Mullen was my best friend. He was a Canley lad, and he played rugby for the Canley Phantoms, which changed to the Covtech, where I played for a number of seasons and captained them there for 2 years in the 1980s. When I first came to Coventry in 1977, I lived in a bedsit in Brunswick Road, fresh out of the army, no TV, no radio, and knew absolutely no one. I started going to the Albany pub just for somewhere to go. And Bob, as he always has done all his life, if he ever sees anyone alone, he starts talking to them and having a friendly chat. And he invited me to play darts and some pool, and that started a true friendship. Ever since, Bob has been a constant friend all these years. As lives and relationship come and go, Bob has made sure the original group, myself, Maureen, John James, Jem before she died, and Stephen Maz, and other couples that came and went, stayed together. We used to meet up every single year for bonfire night and for Christmas. Even when the children, we all had girls, Deputy Lord Mayor, and even when the girls were getting a little bit older, we started to go out for a meal, but we always used to meet for 1 hour on Christmas morning. All the families, all the children, just for an hour, just so we would make sure that we all stayed in touch. And when they started growing up, Bob arranged a Christmas meal, and we all met for that Christmas meal, had a fantastic time, and we did it every single year until last year due to the pandemic. Some people might know Bob and I played golf together at the Albany Golf Society, as did former councillor Dave Chater. And Bob didn't drive, so it was to me to pick him up for every single game. And we used to room together on the annual away days. Anyone that really knew Bob knew he could be a little bit twitchy, a little bit nervous, and we used to call him a Mr. Bean type. He was the type that always wanted to pay for the meal before anybody had finished, always trying to get things done straight away, which led to some hugely funny events. He hit his head on my tailgate so many times, putting his golf clubs into the back of my car, that I banned him from going anywhere near it, as he even bent the hinge. It got to a stage where I'd open the car door for him, make sure he was in, I'd close him in, close the door for him, and then I'd sort out his clubs. And the thing was, Lord Mayor, everybody knew Bob. He was so friendly to all and sundry. He was immensely proud of his 2 daughters, Sarah and Laura, who were both 2 brilliant swimmers and won so many competitions. They also played water polo for the UK, and he was always as proud as punch about them, especially when they both graduated, and they're very successful in their careers. But he always said, Mark, as long as they're happy, Anna and I are. And one funny story I will tell everybody. Bob and Anne were invited one of their daughter's boyfriend's parents for a house party, and it was in a very, very large garden. Bob, being Bob, not looking where he was going and a little bit nervous, waved to the lad's parents and started walking across the lawn. And he didn't used to look where he used to go. And all of a sudden, he stepped onto this blue tarpaulin that he thought was covering the grass. And it wasn't. It was covering a swimming pool. So there was Bob, started walking on the swimming pool, and he ran across the pool on the pool liner. And he didn't get totally wet, but come out the other side, walked straight up, and as cool as day, said, "Cheers," and just opened a can of beer. And that was Bob. That is the Bob that we all knew and loved. I was so happy and have so many funny and happy memories. And Bob and I was lucky to see him most days when he worked at the front desk, as well as golfing, rugby and meals together. Bob was liked and loved by everybody. And in all the years we knew each other, we never had a harsh word, despite our politics. I can still hear him greeting me in his lovely way. He always used to say to me, "Lord Mayor, hello, brother." Well, Bob was my best friend, but he was more like a brother. And he will be sadly missed. His funeral's tomorrow, and his family will be leaving their home at Broomfield Road at 11:15. And they respectfully ask if anyone is on the street, please socially distance. And the funeral will be streamed via YouTube from 11:30 from St. John Vianney's. Thank you so much, Deputy Lord.
Thank you, Councillor Labser. I've 5 more speakers, but can I take the opportunity of reminding people that to keep their cameras off unless they're speaking. I've got Councillors Ridley, Birdie, Khan, T. Khan, and Councillor R. Singh. Councillor Ridley.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Can I also take the opportunity to wish the Lord Mayor well and welcome you back to the chair again for today. Yeah, just like to really sort of pay my respects to the 3 people that you've mentioned today. Obviously, deepest condolences to Councillor Hare on his sad loss. Obviously, to the family of Bob Mullins as well. I think Marcus has paid a particularly moving tribute to him this afternoon. There probably isn't much more I can add there. But I did just want to say a little bit about Malkeet Orlick as well, because he is somebody that I served alongside on the council. I think it was 2004 when he first got elected in Foleshill. And he's definitely one of those characters from that time. We are sadly starting to lose a few of them now, but he was a really, really nice guy. He really was. And he was one of those people that could get up in the chamber and say something, and you would profoundly disagree with what he was saying, but you would be able to sort of have a chat with him outside. And in his own way, he was incredibly disarming about it as well. He was passionate. He always said what he believed in, but he was never offensive to other people in the chamber. And I do think that's something that maybe we all can learn from today as well. I will miss him. And I think it's tragic that we can't say goodbye properly at this time to people as well, with social distancing and COVID and coronavirus and all of that. And I do hope that at some point in the future, there is an opportunity for members to say goodbye to those that we've lost during this period. I'm conscious that it's not just Malkeet. We've obviously got a vacancy in Wycombe Ward as well, with Hazel sadly passing away. And I do hope that when the time comes, we'll be able to remember all of these people. But it's been really nice to relive some of those fond memories of Malkeet today. Ram touched upon the Your Honour thing that he always used to say. I'd completely forgotten about that, Deputy Lord Mayor. That's a lovely memory to have for today, I think. But certainly those 3 people there will be in my thoughts for today and for the sort of foreseeable future as well. It is very, very sad that we've lost them, and I will miss them all dearly.
Thank you, Councillor Ridley. Call on Councillor Birdie.
Thank you, my Deputy Lord Mayor. I stand to pay my respect to Councillor Malkeet Singh Orlick, who passed away and is no longer with us. I first knew Malkeet in the mid-1970s when he was working for Coventry Corporation Transport. At the time, I was involved in setting up a religious institution, and I recollect some memories of Malkeet while taking a trip down the memory lane. Malkeet was always had an attitude of staying happy and willing to help. Once we were working on an extension to a temple premises and were struggling to get the trenches dug to the right depth and get them ready for pouring concrete from the concrete wagon which was waiting on the site to offload the concrete delivery. When all of a sudden Malkit showed his face and offered to help. Within minutes he was in the trench and got the footing ready and poured the concrete from the wagon single-handed. Once finished, he remarked that he come from the farming community who are used to plowing and digging fields. He always gave his service to the community with folded hands. He had great affinity for community services. He followed the 3 pillars of Sikh faith, Naam Japna, Kirt Karni, Van Sakna. This is illustrated by the fact that he would make special contribution by being a public service vehicle operator at the time when communities had very limited traveling access. These days, people would love to spend the day on the seaside. Most popular was Blackpool, and it was always Malkit who would organize the coach trip to seaside resorts, which became regular and popular events among the community. Malkit was a secret music instrument player. He liked to play an Indian mardang, which finds place in ancient India in classical music and hymns. Once at a social and religious function, a group of Sikh musicians was short of a tabla player, and it was Malkit who came to the rescue of Sikh musicians and stood in for the absent mardang player. To everyone's surprise and satisfaction, the function went very well. From then on, everyone would look for Malkit if need arose and request him to sit in place of the absent mardang players. My Lord Mayor, we always miss Malkit in our minds, and I was at loss for words, and there is nothing for me to say that will make up Councillor Ranjit or loss. My deepest condolences and sincere sympathy to Councillor Ranjit Olak and family. Pray Malkit's soul rest in peace. Thank you, my Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bodie. Call on Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Deputy Lord Mayor, obviously there's been some very key interventions from many colleagues who have really touched the pulse of how these key people have affected our community and our lives. Life is clearly full of challenges, but I think the real sense of pain is when you lose loved ones, because you're not going to meet them again to the end of time. And I think, just referring back to Councillor Olak, or as I knew him as Uncle, he was a very kind gentleman. Many colleagues have mentioned that. He was a very kind gentleman and very inspiring, and always, had a very larger than life bubbly character. And I saw it many times firsthand. Few people, I've seen him go in one direction with one phone call and then immediately turn in another direction with another phone call. That was his passion to serve his community. And I hope, the community recognizes all the work they've did. And I hope, people like ourselves also remember that kind of passion and drive, which, is very difficult to have, in supporting so many members of the community. So once again, deepest sympathies to Mati, Councillor Olak and Auntie G. I know it's been a very difficult illness, but they've, supported him to the best of their ability, and hope he rests in peace. Just going back to Bob, obviously, he was a familiar face on the counter, a very kind and bubbly personality also, but always, you could always have a few seconds with him, have a little conversation with him. I think Councillor Laps has really touched a nerve. A lot of things that I probably wasn't aware of, but you can see the passion and pain when somebody does miss or lose a loved one in that context. So you can see he's left a lasting impression, and we hope we can continue to support his legacy. And then finally, Mrs. Hare, I had a very, fantastic relationship with Auntie. She was a very kind woman and worked really hard within her community, a bit like a lot of the Asian culture. Working round the clock from morning till night in shops and in different businesses and in other work. So it just goes to show the dedication and effect that they've had in many members of their community. And she'll be sadly missed by her grandkids, her children, and of course by Councillor Hare. It's a deeply, sad moment in our lives, especially with COVID-19. We've seen, the death and destruction of many members of our communities, but at the same time, other illnesses are still ongoing, and many people are losing their lives. So it's a very, very painful time. And, you know, I think we just all appreciate life a little bit more. So thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Call on Councillor T. Khan.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, for the opportunity to speak. I was deeply saddened to hear about not just one death, in fact, who was closest to me from the three, Councillor Malkeet Olok, who I knew very well and very personally, but also the death of Bob and the death of Councillor Gooddeve's wife. My condolences go out to all of the families. I had met Bob once or twice, in fact, actually more than that, and he really was a very pleasant man, and he was a very lively character, and he had some very good opinions and some strong opinions about certain matters, and certainly those who were closest to him will miss him. In fact, we all miss him. And I'm sure that Gurdeve, you know, or what can I say? Yeah, you've lost your life partner, and I'm really very, very sorry to hear that. Clearly, these are very testing times for you, and it will also be a time of patience. That's the only thing that I can advise in the circumstances. But my best wishes to your wife and to Bob, and I hope that they are in a better place now. But I want to concentrate on my condolences to Mr. Malkeet Olok. Malkeet was actually a ward colleague, and I'd known him for a very long period of time. I was part of the election team along with Councillor, the Deputy Leader, Abdul Khan, and we worked really hard in getting him elected in that election. And during the course of that election, I can say that we actually spent a lot of time, obviously, together, and we got to know one another better. And I discovered that Malkeet, quite apart from being a politician, he was actually a true gentleman. He had some real strong values, and he remained committed to those very sound values throughout his life. He was a man of principle. He was a man of good nature, and I think I've heard a number of speakers testify about his character here today. And he was also a very kind man, a man who had a lot of time for not only his colleagues, who he would sit and listen with, but also for the community that he served. And he served his community to the maximum. In fact, here in Falls Hill, where he is now very deeply missed, he was known as or should I say, they would give the example of an ambulance when he came to describing Malkeet, because they would say that whenever you would call him, even if it was late at night or in the early hours of the morning, Malkeet would respond. He would answer his call, and he would then come out even to people's houses where they had serious problems very late, and he would help them out. And now that is an indication of a man who was absolutely dedicated to his community and to his cause. And he served the party well. He really has done the Labour Party proud for the work that he's done and the commitment that he has shown towards the Labour Party and the way he has helped his colleagues. He also helped me. I have to personally thank him now that he's passed away, sadly, but thank him for the work that he did in my election and also subsequently in my re-elections. And, you know, I can never forget the contributions that he's made towards my campaigns and the overall help that he gave me. Clearly, this is an individual who was a legend. I concur with my fellow colleague, Councillor Parvez Akhtar, when he said that he really did pave the way, and really, honestly, he did. This is a man who was one of the earlier councillors from the ethnic minorities at a time when getting into politics was extremely challenging and very difficult. And I think Malkeet, together with some of our other colleagues, Sacha, for example, they really broke some barriers and they made the way and they paved the way for us people like me and Councillor Abdul Khan and Councillor Parvez Khan, when we actually entered into politics. He made it easier for us and he helped us, and we will never ever forget that. My condolences again to the family. Rande was a devoted daughter. I know that she took care of her father, and a lot of respect really goes out to her. And I know that Malkeith's wife, Auntie, was a devoted wife. And sadly, again, I will extend the same advice that I've given to Gertie here, that have patience and may God be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. And finally, Councillor R. Singh.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I just want to pay my condolences to Bob's family, who I didn't knew, and Gurdev for loss of his wife, and I didn't knew her either, but I did knew Councillor Malkeith Aulak. I had a chance to see him closely when he was not in best of his health, and I observed personally from close that even when he was poorly, people was ringing him for various issues, and he would pay sincere attention. He would have a decent conversation with people, listening to them very carefully, and then act on it. So his dedication to his ward was second to none, even when he was not well himself. So it was really, amazing to see a guy who was not, well himself, but he thought I could help somebody, and I will do. So he was really, really good role model to see that how he devoted his life to help other people. And I think that's the character of the man. And he was very polite and very helpful person, and he will be missed. So that's all I want to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Well, can I thank everybody this afternoon for their very fine tributes? And I now intend to move on to item 5, petitions. I call on the Chief Executive to read out the petition from Councillor Gittins, who will have 2 minutes to present her petition.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Yes, there's just a single petition of Councillor Gittins, which has got a total of 18 signatures from both online and paper, and it relates to an objection to the planning application for a change of use of 43 Earlsdon Street to a takeaway operating 7 days a week until 11 p.m. So it's with Councillor Gittins, Deputy Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gittins.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. As the Chief Executive said, I'm speaking on behalf of Earlsdon residents who have raised a petition to object to a planning application. It's the planning application entitled No Late Night Takeaway Pizza on Earlsdon Street. There's 15 signatures on the written petition and a further 3 signatures on the online petition. The key issues that the residents have raised in the petition is around the operation time of the proposed development, so evenings and also on Sundays, which currently weren't an issue previously in the previous retail use of the site. The issue that the new site would be open until 11 p.m. in the evenings, and it's a residential area, and a further concern raised around fumes and cooking smells for residents that live nearby. So I'm asking that members vote to refer this to the planning committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Gittins. Can members please unmute their microphones? Is it agreed to refer the petition now presented to the planning committee?
Yes.
Agreed. That is carried. Could members please mute their microphones? Thank you. Item 6, declarations of interest. I call on the monitoring officer to speak.
Thank you. Are there any oral declarations? None. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Mal Mutton to move a motion without notice to combine the debate on items on the agenda.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. In accordance with the Constitution, I move that a motion without notice that the debates on item 7, the Council Tax Setting Report 21-22, and 8, the Budget Report 21-22, be considered together.
Thank you. I'll call on Councillor Walsh to second the motion.
Only second, Lord Mayor.
I now call for a vote on the motion. Can members please unmute their microphones? All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
All those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. And agenda items 7 and 8 will be combined into one debate. Can members please mute their microphones? Right. We're now items 7 and 8, Council Tax Setting Report 2021-22 and Budget Report 2021-22. From the Cabinet of 23rd of February 2021, I invite Councillor R. Brown to move the recommendations for both items.
Thank you. Since 2010, we have endured one of the toughest decades in history as we have been subjected to an austerity programme driven not by necessity, but by the kinds of extreme political choice and dogma not seen since the dim, dark days of Thatcherism. The deep roots set at that time through trickle-down economics and financial deregulation paved the way for the global financial crisis of 2008 and allowed the dogma of austerity to flourish. Here we are, 10 years on, an economy still not rebalanced as promised, the fragility of which has been totally exposed by the current pandemic, a north-south divide getting deeper and inequalities even wider, with the shocking fact that in March 2019, there were nearly 20,000 children in Coventry living below the breadline, even before the costs of housing were taken into account. This is rising year on year and is a dreadful and indeed tragic indictment for a country judged to have the 6th largest economy in the world. Actually, it gets worse when you learn that 70% of these children live in working families, and that these numbers are before we factor in any effect of the current COVID pandemic. It is, Lord Mayor, nothing short of a disgrace. And this tragic inequality translates into a massive strain on children's services that councils up and down the country struggle to manage, whilst Whitehall buries its head in the sand. We have gone through a last 12 months tougher than any of us could have imagined when we set the budget in 2020 and 21. The financial context now is that we are starting from a lower level of base funding compared with 2010, and are likely to be faced with further austerity going forward. We have uncertainty in all the major elements of local government finance, and having to face further uncertainty from COVID, much of it not compensated for by Whitehall. This government continues to make insidious, short-term choices that prevent more deprived urban areas like Coventry from receiving an adequate level of funding to reflect their need, totally contrary to achieving the goal of a redistributional finance system. Instead, they play down deprivation in favour of rurality, as no doubt they pander to their core voters at the expense of those that really need help. It is playing politics in its most abhorrent form. My predecessor, John Mutton, who so ably held the reins over the last few years, has often quoted that Coventry has suffered funding cuts from this Tory government of nearly 120 million since 2010. This is not a one-off hit. That means 120 million of resources lost every year. In other words, this is 55% loss of core funding for Coventry. 62% loss of core funding per head, which rises to 69% when you adjust for inflation. On top of that, we are operating in a world of funding fragmentation. In the years ending March 2019, there were 450 separate ring-fence grants, some 50 of which were worth less than £1 million. All of these have to be applied for, costed, resourced, and controlled with exit plans in place at their closure. All of this piles on incredible extra pressures on councils with major opportunity costs and reduces the flexibility of councils to put the resources where we know we need to. Even more problematic is that these one-offs create an artificial sense of our council being able to meet service demands. But the reality is that unless this gets built into the base, it hampers us from being able to have the confidence in building medium to long-term programs of intervention and prevention. At the start of this budget process, the Labour group was faced with the prospect of a budget gap of 19 million and the uncertainty of a so-called fair funding review. Some of this gap was a result of prudent forecasts of future levels of government funding, including adult social care grants. However, as the year progressed, it became clear that the COVID pandemic was going to have some serious financial consequences, not only for the financial year 2021, but also for 21-22. In the autumn, officers came back with a revised budget position, which eventually formed the basis of the pre-budget report. This included assumptions such as a government settlement in level of adult social care grants consistent with 2021, significant impacts on council tax and business rate collection and the council tax support payments resulting primarily from COVID. There were impacts on our fees and charges, dividends from company shareholdings and expenditure pressures, many of which have resulted from COVID, and a range of technical and service savings and proposed contributions from reserves to help bridge the financial gap. At that stage, we were still faced with a pre-budget gap of 6.2 million, although we had included a relatively prudent view of the level of help that the government would offer to local councils in the local government finance settlement. In other words, we set the bar of expectation pretty low. And why wouldn't we, after what's happened to our funding over the last 10 years? No doubt Whitelaw has taken the view that with an ongoing pandemic, an economy down by 9.9%, Brexit pressures and soaring unemployment, the last thing it needs is scores of Section 114s being issued by councils who can no longer meet their legal obligation to balance the books. The same councils, I might add, who throughout this awful pandemic have shown incredible innovation, competence, and stamina in public service, contrasting sharply to the way central government has been consistently late to react, prone to flip-flopping from one U-turn to another, and wasteful in the extreme as it scampered to line the pockets of its cronies. We have all heard statements over the past year telling us that austerity is over. But from where I'm standing, this is a long way from the truth. Although the final settlement from the government for 21-22 was a bit better than we had feared, it has locked in the level of austerity that we have suffered over the last 10 years. I will quote John Mutton again, who said last year, "This is austerity sustained, not austerity ended." Although the government may want us to believe that austerity is over, with borrowing this year of 350 billion higher than forecast, there is little doubt that it will want to return to this agenda in the not too distant future. My concern is that it will be, once again, local councils that will likely pay the price for the government's mishandling of the economy for the last 11 years and the COVID pandemic of the last 12 months. As we enter yet another year without the security of a multi-year settlement, this government continues to perpetuate a local government finance process that disadvantages urban deprived authorities like Coventry at the expense of the more affluent areas of the country. Whether this is through the earning power of council tax, the level of growth in business rates, the distribution of new homes bonus, or the one-eyed intervention of rural services delivery grant, this government has overseen a system where the most affluent areas got richer and the rest are left behind to feed off scraps. The government's promise of doing whatever it takes has unfortunately been found wanting. It has failed to fully understand and appreciate the loss of commercial income in its calculations, and has only compensated councils for 75% of other fees and charges losses, and has devised a collection fund loss mechanism that is something of a lottery, and one which in Coventry's case has left us with a losing ticket. As if these additional headwinds were not enough, the government has now moved to fetter our attempts to identify new commercial income sources, changing the rules on the Public Works Loans Board in a way that would prevent us from accessing this traditional source of local government borrowing if we were to proceed with previous plans to acquire income earning assets. This Labour administration has continued to tackle the budget issue with a strong conviction to protect frontline services to Coventry people. The budget presented here does just that, with no services.
Councillor Brown, have you just muted yourself? Oh, have you finished?
I think he's frozen, Chair.
Yeah. Can we? He's in his office. Could you give him a call? I think we'll need to pause just to try and get it sorted. Just bear with us. Ah. Are you back with us, Councillor Brown? We can't hear you, Richard. Ah, here we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we're back.
Okay. Apologies for that. I've unplugged myself and started again. What I'll start with, I think I'll start with most of the work done by council stays hidden to most people. Did you hear that piece before?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And I think the risk is that you do not value what you cannot see. I want to recognize the hidden work done every day by our workforce to drive towards a better place to live, with better education, a better.
Sorry, Richard, I'm sorry, you're fading in and out now.
Sorry, can you hear me, Tom?
Yeah, it's muted.
Yeah, I'm in the council. I think I'm trying to get some technical help.
Yeah.
The reason I came in here was trying to avoid.
Is to prevent this. Ironically, yeah.
Shall I take the the headset off and try that?
Yeah. Whatever, as long as we can hear you. We can see you fine.
Can you hear me now?
That's fine. Absolutely fine.
Okay. I'll crack on. Sorry, the point I was making is that most of the work done by council stays hidden to most people, and the risk is that you do not value what you cannot see. I want to recognise the hidden work done every day by our workforce to drive towards a better place to live, with better educational chances, a better environment, a better local economy, and efforts to support the most vulnerable people in the city, often the oldest and the youngest. And they do this in the context of a sustained attack on the resources and tools available to them, the only reward being a pay freeze. It drives, in my opinion, a horse and carriage through the Tories' brittle broadcast claim of levelling up. In addition, the Tories have attacked those on the lowest pay in our workforce with an ill thought out and dogmatic exit cap that had the chaos of Dominic Cummings smeared all over it. They have since seen the error of their ways, and despite the enthusiastic backing received from local Tories, they've now scrapped it. Yet another flip-flop U-turn to add to the ever-growing list. The cost of providing these vital services is once again a pressure that this budget has had to meet. Setting a budget such as this is all about choices. The decision to increase council tax has not been made lightly. The budget is asking for a local increase in council tax of just 1.9%, plus an adult social care precept of 3%, passed off by government as a generous increase to core funding. This adds up to a total increase of 4.9%. People are not stupid, and they will clearly see through this Tory smokescreen, as the government are clear that this precept is to pay for the costs of adult social care. And this is once again featured in the cost pressures facing Coventry. They consistently failed to address the issue of this growing problem with delay upon delay in delivering the promised green paper. In overall terms, this will result in an increase of about £1.25 per week or less for most Coventry households. Once again, this budget maintains a council tax reduction scheme that provides greater protection than most councils for those who cannot afford to pay the fee. Most of these households will see an increase of less than 20 pence a week. The good news that I can announce is that our financial position for 21-22 is more positive than we had assumed at the pre-budget stage. Resources available through both the New Homes bonus, local council tax support compensation, lower tier services grant, and social care grant have enabled us to balance the budget while also reducing the need for one-off reserve funding. The events of 2020, 20 and 21 have clearly had an enormous detrimental impact on all aspects of the nation's life in both public and private sector. I recall that last year, John Mutton said there would be 1 or 2 bumps in the road. Well, we've had one hell of a bump this year. Like many other councils, we have looked to commercialise in an attempt to soften the blow of core funding being stripped away from us. We have always done so with prudence and caution in mind, as noted by our external auditors. These commercial activities have for many years improved our overall finances. For 21-22, although we are forecasting some lower dividend levels for some of the external companies in which the council has an interest, we have been able to maintain the overall amount taken into account an additional 2.5 million from Coventry and Solihull waste disposal. This council does not take its decisions lightly, and we will always balance the likelihood of success and the risk of temporary setbacks. However, by continuing to make key strategic investments and protecting its pre-existing financial interests in a bold but balanced manner, we will continue to back the future of Coventry and its people. Central government, despite 10 years in office, continues with its policy of sticking plaster finance with yet another one-year deal. Therefore, I am not able to present a multi-year balanced budget as we remain restricted by the failure of government to provide a settlement beyond 1 year, or to put in place its revised future arrangements for local government finance. I will work tirelessly with officers to start putting in plans in place for 22-23, trying to bring a fresh perspective to help bridge the £17 million gap that we currently face. It is clear to me that the government will not be able to back up its claims that austerity is truly over, and my expectation is that we will continue to face further tough challenges going forward. I hear the demands that some people make for the council to use its reserves, although I will continue to insist that the council puts itself in a strong position to resist the kind of financial shock that we are currently enduring. Having reviewed the reserves, this report recommends the establishment of an innovation and development fund to sustain the council's future financial resilience. It is proposed that this fund will support internal transformation activity and strategic infrastructure projects in particular, where these generate future quantifiable financial benefits. This new innovation and development fund will be operated on a revolving funds basis where possible, enabling part of any financial benefits to be reinvested in the fund and would be supplemented from other sources as opportunities arise to create additional balances for future investment purposes. There is a stark contrast between the performance of the government and that of this Labour-led council. They doled £10 billion of our money on test, track and isolate to their private sector cronies. And in return, we got a product that was anything but the world-class one we were promised. In contrast, we try our hardest to make every single penny count, because it's what we should be doing and it's the right thing to do. There is a determination to look forward and invest in the future, and the capital programme totalling £220 million does exactly that, investing in the infrastructure of Coventry, delivering strategic transportation schemes to support future economic prosperity, and developing and enhancing the cultural fabric of Coventry. The support given to the Albany Theatre and fantastic opportunity for the Collection Centre on today's agenda is proof of this as we enter our year of culture 2021. All of this has been achieved in the teeth of the worst pandemic for a century. Not everyone will agree with every project we do. But I want to stress that the money we spend on these one-off capital projects, most of which is external grant monies, is only available to fund capital schemes and cannot be used for day-to-day spending. We are right in the middle of the largest capital programme for many years and determined to see it through, as this will be key to how fast we come back from the ravages of austerity and a pandemic. This programme plans for our hotel and the second office block in the city's Friargate area, major road network infrastructure works to the south of Coventry, the total much needed transformation of the railway station, public realm works that will further enhance the centre, and planned enhancement of cultural assets throughout Coventry ahead of the City of Culture year. This work is fundamental to improving the prosperity of Coventry, supporting existing employers, attracting new ones, and keeping hold of our postgraduate talent, who all understand that this is a place where people want to live, to work, to study, and to do business. You'll be pleased to know I'm coming to the end now, but in closing, too many other councils up and down the country are desperately fighting to keep their heads above water and have been forced into drastic service cuts this year and next. There are even some who have had to go cap in hand to Whitehall and seek emergency help in the form of capitalisation directions, which basically means a loan to cover the day-to-day expenses that they cannot meet. This council has balanced its finances, and it's not down to luck, but is the result of a sound and prudent financial culture. I want to pay special tribute to the people who have held this post before me, especially John Mutton, who has and still does make a massive contribution. I want to thank the leader of the council for his continued support and guidance, and also to Barry Hasty, Paul Jennings, and all the very talented finance team. Every single person at this council, from the chief executive downwards, has played their part in this budget in the face of the huge additional challenges that COVID has thrust upon us. I believe the next 12 months will be just as challenging as the last 12 as we strive to keep our people safe and endeavour to recover from this dreadful pandemic. What is clear is that we cannot simply sit back and rely on this government to see us through it. Their policies are infested with extreme dogma, incompetence, and self-serving cronyism. We have to use this time to further strengthen our key partnerships with our anchor institutions and build on the wealth of community spirit that local people have so selflessly offered these last months. We need a transformational One Coventry approach that allows us to be innovative, flexible, and totally focused on what the people need that we are here, the people that we are here to serve need. This is an ambitious and measured budget that not only refuses to cut frontline resources, but also provides an opportunity through the Innovation Development Fund to seek out better ways to bring forward best-in-class services. In addition, this budget offers real hope for the future with a continuation of one of the biggest capital programs we have seen for generations. I move this budget. Thank you.
Thank you,
Well,
Councillor Brown. And can I offer my congratulations on your
Fantastic. Well done, Richard.
I call on Councillor Duggins now to second the recommendations.
I'm going to formally second, Lord Mayor, but I will be speaking, of course, later on.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Two excellent speeches, both on the run, would get lost.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can I invite Councillor Sorden to speak?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Deputy Lord Mayor, I wish to move an amendment, which I think will probably now come up on the screen, and I'll start speaking when it does.
Okay. So we will pause for a few moments to enable the amendment to be loaded and be viewed online. A copy of the amendment will also now be emailed to all members. Thank you. Okay, up on screen.
Right, thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I wish to move the amendment, which is now on the screen. I have to say that I probably move it with more hope than expectation, given that the Labour Party, if it follows its normal pattern, will reject it out of hand as it normally has in the past. It occurs to me that if I ever moved a motion to say that the Labour Party was the best thing since sliced bread, they would probably move to amend it on the basis that I hadn't said whether the bread was thin or thick sliced. So it is only sensible for us to move an amendment where we can clearly cost it. And that's what we've done on this occasion. Given the pandemic and the amount of work our officers have had to do, and I wish to pay tribute obviously to all of the officers who've worked so hard for the council, but in this occasion particularly to our finance officers who have worked so hard to help so many people and so many businesses throughout this last year. So I didn't want to spend a lot of time asking officers to do calculations on other policies that we might have wished to pursue. On this occasion, Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor, we're not proposing a reduction in the council tax increase, which we would have done if Labour hadn't made such a hash in putting money into the Coombe Abbey Hotel when we warned them at the time that investing in the hospitality sector was extremely risky. Instead of making the £750,000 surplus, which we were promised, we're now faced with a £2.5 million deficit. And not only that, the value of the investment has now fallen from 11 million to 7 million. We should be concentrating on investing in providing public services, not gambling council taxpayers' money on get-rich-quick ventures that promptly fall apart. That brings me to another area of council expenditure that we can't easily cost, but certainly needs sorting out. The refuse collection is shambolic. Every Christmas, and every time there's a flake of snow in the air, the whole thing falls apart. Constituents have gone months without collections. And yet our neighbouring authorities seem to manage to cope very successfully. When even John Mutton, and we all wish him the very best in his current illness and hope he'll soon be back with us, when even John Mutton sends critical emails about the refuse collection, that's the equivalent of the Archbishop of Canterbury questioning the existence of God. You know that the refuse collection is in a mess. Frankly, as a party, we don't care whether it's run by the public sector or the private sector. It simply means sorting out. And certainly we should be testing the market, perhaps even going out to tender, but our service must be brought into the 20th century to avoid the annual chaos that we get every single Christmas and every time there's a bit of snow or ice. I'd now like to turn to our savings proposal. Given budget pressures, given the reduction in employee numbers, and given the reduction in union membership, we really cannot justify over £500,000 being spent every year giving union reps time off to work on union activity. And let me stress, we're not anti-union. In my 20s, I was an active union member myself and a member of Coventry Trades Council. It happens to be the case that it was the Tories under Disraeli that legalised unions in the first place. But we do need to move with the times. Secondly, removing deputy cabinet members and reducing the cabinet itself makes sense. I'm not sure what the politically correct gender term is now for jobs for the boys, but some of these posts are entirely unnecessary. For years, the policy contingency has remained unspent, and so there's little point in leaving it in full within the budget. So we're proposing to reduce it by some £46,000. That then gives a total saving of £490, which we propose spending on the very things that the public are asking us to spend money on. £200,000 extra on highways resurfacing and potholes, which will save motorists thousands of pounds on the claims they're always having to put in for damage to their vehicles. We propose putting an extra £140,000 into road safety schemes. We've advocated very strongly more 20-mile-an-hour residential schemes, but these schemes would cut accidents, reduce pollution, and improve the quality of life for our residents. And we would very strongly advocate those items of expenditure. Before I move on to the final item of expenditure, I ought to perhaps just pay tribute to Richard Brown on presenting his first budget, and perhaps love to think that it will be the last budget that he presents. He's clearly not emerged from Planet Corbyn, churning out the same old propaganda that led the Labour Party to its enormous defeat at the last general election. I suspect that in being a councillor for Charles Moore, he's clearly been influenced by his MP Zara Sultana, who so extremely successfully embarrassed her own party leader in the debate in the House of Commons yesterday. So it's pretty clear that Keir Starmer has his work cut out to bring Coventry into line with what we're led to believe is modern Labour thinking. The only surprise of Councillor Brown's speech is that he didn't accuse the Tories of creating coronavirus in the first place. Let me just give him a few facts and figures. During this pandemic, the government has granted to Coventry, nearly £56 million extra in funding. The revenue support grant was £10 million better than the Labour Party expected. The capital programme, as Councillor Brown says, is some £220 million. What he didn't say was that at least £160 million of that is coming from central government. Just out of interest, I looked up the figures for 2010 when the last Labour government was still in power. The capital programme wasn't £220 million then, it was £72 million. And the government grant wasn't £160 million, it was £48 million. So for Councillor Brown to constantly criticise the Conservative government on not giving Coventry enough money, frankly, is a bit rich. I want to turn to the issue of Dolymock. The Labour group, a couple of months ago, as it now seems, was presented with a document that had in it the phrase saving Dolymock. And yet the proposals for the future of Dolymock, if it's to be saved, were neither going to Cabinet nor come to Council. They were simply seen as a management issue, giving no opportunity for debate and no opportunity for any input from Conservative councillors. By the time we heard about it, it was too late for a notice of motion in January. We can't have a notice of motion today, and by the March meeting, the deed will have been done. According to the document given to the Labour group, the deficit last year after government grant for COVID purposes for Dolymock was £150,000, which is exactly the sum we've put into our amendment, because we believe that's a realistic figure for the forthcoming year. The council document suggests that the deficit might be between £600,000 and £700,000, but that assumes no government support, which we may well get. Nor does it include the 90 bookings that have already been made for Dolymock, coming from next September, worth over £600,000. So that deficit is just purely guesswork. And the staff at Dolymock confirm that they've had that booking for next September. They're virtually booked up for a whole year. Yet in the document that went to the Labour group, it suggests there might be a lack of confidence from parents. You know, if the parents I know are anything to go by, having had their kids at home for most of the term over the last year, they'd be only too pleased to pack them off to Dolymock and give them a few days' peace. So I should think parents are actually queuing up, as appears to be the case, to be able to have their children have the great opportunity to go to Dolymock during the next year. So we believe that figure of £150,000 is a realistic figure to give us breathing space to reconsider the proposals for its future. And we strongly urge the Labour Party to take up that option. The proposal is to make it more commercial, but there's absolutely no plan in any document as to how that's to be done. Out of interest, the fact is that what's being suggested to make it more commercial has already been done. It was done between 1991 and 1997, and it didn't work. The dormitories and washrooms, whilst they're suitable for children, are totally inappropriate for adults. It turns out that most clients that did want to use it only wanted it for weekends and not in the weekdays. There's no alcohol license, and the nearest pub is 2 miles away. It would require major capital expenditure to make it more commercial to anything else other than school children. The idea of replacing highly qualified outdoor specialists by people of a more commercial bent is a substantial risk. It should remain an outdoor education service for children, not for stag and hen parties. And if we wish to open it up more out of term time, then we ought to be selling it to other local authorities for use of their children, and that doesn't require specialist salesmen to be able to do it. So I emphasise again, the £150,000 we propose is to give us breathing space to reconsider these proposals. Let's be clear, market research has not been undertaken. Schools have not been consulted. The investment required has not been costed. The proposals are clearly a safety risk if you remove the experts from the scene. The Friends of Dolymock have raised £120,000 to support the 2015 capital programme, but they've raised it for the benefit of children, and they're calling for a delay in putting these proposals into practice. The NASUWT, the teachers' union, raises serious concerns and as yet has their questions unanswered. Former head and former and 4 former deputy heads want more debate. And lastly, the National Education Union refers to disinformation and wants proper scrutiny. You know, if the Tories and the National Education Union are saying the same things, that surely must tell you that you've got it wrong. It's probably the only time we're ever likely to be in agreement, but the fact that we are in agreement ought to tell you something's gone wrong. So in conclusion, Deputy Lord Mayor, we believe our amendment is balanced and sensible. We recognise that on past form, the Labour Party is likely to vote it down. So on this occasion, I make a special plea. Agree to find the extra cash for Dolymock, either by accepting our proposal to reduce the trade union facilities grant, or find it from reserves. In the last few weeks, you've managed to find £250,000 extra revenue funding for the borrowing on the Albany Theatre. And we're not opposed to that, but it can't be beyond the wit of the controlling party to find some extra money in the short term for Dolymock. Let's just remember that Dolymock is the jewel in our education crown. 100,000 Coventry kids have been there, and it's changed many of their lives for the better. I quote from the former and well-renowned Director of Education in Birmingham, Tim Brighouse, who said, for some children, a week's residential care is worth more than a term in school. So I say to the controlling party, pause the changes, put the money in, and let's have a citywide debate on a place that is in our DNA, and you risk destroying it at your peril. So I move the amendment. I hope the Labour Party will accept it in its entirety, but if not, I hope at least they will be able to reach some arrangement on funding Dolymock and keeping it going whilst we have a full and proper debate on its future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Sorden. Can I remind the Father of the Chamber that we're very much in the 21st century, not the 20th? I'm calling on Councillor Ridley to second the amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm not entirely sure, Deputy Lord Mayor, not entirely sure what that last remark was about, but I'd like to congratulate Councillor Tim Sorden on what I think was an excellent alternative budget. We are in a very challenging situation, there's no doubt about that, and it takes a lot of effort and time to actually come up with a proper alternative like this. So rather than go through every single thing that Tim has said over again or to read from a pre-prepared speech, I thought what I would do is just go through the points bit by bit and try and pick up some of the other comments that have been made as well. So as has been alluded to, you can all see the savings that we want to make, and you can all see the spending proposals that we want to make. Now, the 490,000 that you've got up on the screen there, this alternative budget is only ever about showing an alternative vision for the city. Quite clearly, if we were the controlling group, there are things we would be able to do differently, which we can't do today. So that's the first point that I want to make. This is always about starting off a debate. You know, I can add up as much as the next man, and I know what's going to happen with grim predictability. You guys are going to vote this down because you never listen to anything us or the public say anyway. So this is about providing a solid alternative to the people of Coventry. And let me just go through some of these items, shall we? As Tim has just said, Plas Dolymock is hardwired into the psyche of people in Coventry. People love it in the same way that they love the NHS. Most people in Coventry who've grown up here have either been to Coventry or have been to Plas Dolymock, or will know people that's been to Plas Dolymock, or maybe your parents who sent your children there. Almost everybody will have some memory of Plas Dolymock and some relationship with it. And the people that have come out expressing their anger over these secretive developments of recent times should be a massive red flag to the Labour Party that they cannot behave in this way. And just to touch on some of the comments that Tim made just there, you can't have it both ways, guys. You can't claim that this is a management issue and that this doesn't need to go through the political process and then give a briefing to the Labour group which says how to save Dolymock. That's utterly ludicrous that you expect the people of Coventry to put up with that. I just urge people opposite, Deputy Lord Mayor, to think about the message that that sends out to the people of Coventry. It is one of contempt and it is one of ignorance. And quite frankly, it's not the first time we've seen it from this Labour administration either. Less than 6 months ago, they tried to give a bailout to the failing Coombe Abbey Hotel, yet another bailout, which they put through secretly, which they weren't even planning to tell the public, were it not for the fact that it got leaked and we then brought it to the attention of the public. So let's not have any nonsense from the Labour Party about how this is a management issue. This is an important issue and the people of Coventry need to have a debate on this. The road safety schemes and the highways resurfacing speaks for themselves, Lord Mayor. It's very difficult to speak to all of this and do it justice in 3 minutes. So I am going to come back to some of the themes that Richard touched on later when we get onto the substantive issue. But I will just touch very briefly on the 490 savings there as well. In Richard's speech, he did talk about cronyism in the political process. Well, what an astonishing remark, Richard. You give all this money to the trade unions every year, and you have all this money as jobs for the boys, this deputy cabinet members. We would tackle that vested interest. We would divert money away from the trade unions. We would divert money away from members' allowances, and we would put it onto the front line where it could do more good than it currently does at the moment. I would honestly urge members of this chamber to look at this alternative budget objectively, look at it, detail it, and think about it. You cannot treat the people of Coventry this way. They deserve better, and Plas Dolly Mock deserves better.
Thank you, Councillor Ridley. Just for clarity, when I made reference to the 20th century, that was part of Councillor Sorden's contribution. He did refer to the 20th and not the 21st century. Can I now call on Councillor Mal Mutton to move a motion without notice to adjourn?
Right, thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. In accordance with the Constitution, I move a motion without notice to adjourn the debate initially for 30 minutes to enable consideration to be given to the amendment.
Councillor Walsh, to second.
Only second, Lord Mayor.
Can members please unmute their microphones? I now call for a vote on the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Any abstentions? That is carried, so we now adjourn initially for 30 minutes, and I see that we'll be back at 4:10. Okay, thank you very much. Welcome back to this live meeting of the City Council. Could I ask colleagues to switch their cameras off and mute? We now move to the debate on the amendment moved by Councillor Sorden. I have 5 people who have identified themselves to speak. Councillors Blundell, Mutton, Mayton, can't read my own writing, Lepoidovan and Williams. Okay, they needn't raise their hands. I will call them in that order. Councillor Blundell.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Plas Dolymoch, words that go to the very heart of being a child in school in Coventry. Very rarely do the education unions, the Friends of Plas Dolymoch, the Outdoor Education Steering Group, former teachers and staff, come together with concerned residents and parents and the Conservative group for a common cause. However, the actions of this Labour group to try and sneak through these organisational changes to the way that Plas Dolymoch has run successfully for 55 years, using the pandemic as an excuse, is a downright disgrace. Let's look at some of the facts. Over the past 5 years, Plas Dolymoch has contributed some £417,000 to Coventry Council. Yes, like every other activity, it has lost money this year after the most generous government support ever of £150,000. However, bookings for September are up and the centre is very nearly full. This will enable it to return to the success it has been and once more become a substantial contributor to Coventry Council. When one compares the support Plas Dolymoch needs to compared to other so-called investments such as Coombe Abbey, which this Labour group is prepared to prop up with hundreds of thousands, if not millions of pounds, it pales into insignificance. Well, why has Plas Dolymoch been so successful? Well, might it be because it's an education outdoor centre led by resident, experienced, qualified teachers who are experts in their field and not by managers based behind a desk in Coventry? The Labour group refused to look at other viable proposals, ploughing on pig-headedly with their own, which apparently has gone through Labour group. Oh, well, that's all right then. They haven't even got it as a line in their budget statement. Why? Because they propose to manage it in the clandestine, underhand way they have handled the whole situation. Well, Deputy Lord Mayor, the cat is out of the bag. The game is up. I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blundell. And I should have said this at the beginning. Can I remind all speakers they have 3 minutes? Okay. Councillor Mutton.
So, Deputy Lord Mayor, that was historical. I don't wish to speak on the amendment.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Mayton.
As each Tory speaks, I'm reminded incredibly of the TV programme Would I Lie to You? And then when they finish their statements and they press the button, there would be a big sign behind them with the words lie pasted across. The facts are there are no plans to close Dolymoch permanently. The internal staff restructure consultation, which has just been completed, contains no proposals to close, privatise the centre, or crucially change its offer long term to the children and young people of Coventry. It involved an internal restructure of 3 posts, and that was all. And the proposal consulted on was to increase the commercial focus within these posts in order to keep the centre going and enhance our outdoor offer to the people of Coventry. Now, why was that important? Well, because what hasn't been mentioned is that this is part of the outdoor education service. So one of the things we want to do is to be able to provide an outdoor education experience in Coventry and Warwickshire. It wouldn't be residential, but all of that has to be paid for. And the aim is to be able to use the resources that we get through working at Dolymoch to be able to pay for that. The 417,000 that Councillor Blundell, again, inaccurately gave us a contribution. That is the services that the Dolymock is paying for, which every external organisation within Coventry's council remit has to do. So it pays for HR, for payroll, etc. It is not a charitable contribution back to the council. The £125,000 that was a shortfall, that's been mitigated, so that is not being carried forward. And I think Richard spoke to that earlier. And it's because of the prudent management of our budgets that we are actually in a position to make that claim that we are not going to change the nature of the offer to Coventry children through Dolymock and the rest of the outdoor education service. I would suggest that the Tory members in the council actually concentrate their efforts on a neighbouring authority, Warwickshire, which is set to close its outdoor education centre. And that may be part of the commercialisation that we are going to be looking to, because if there are any shortfalls, we may be able to offer that to Warwickshire schools. But of course, they're only in that position because they are closing their centre, something that we are not doing. And it would be good if people actually looked at what is being proposed and the work that's being done in order to be able to make the comments that they do. To argue that COVID hasn't had an impact on residential accommodation, we see it in hotels, etc., is just plain wrong. And I would put that as another untruth that's being spoken. It has had a major effect, and we can't be sure that when Dolymock will be able to open again. But the guarantee is that as soon as it is safe to open, we will be offering that facility to Coventry children, and it will remain an education facility for all of our young people.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mayton. Councillor Lepoidevan.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I would like to thank my colleague, Councillor Tim Thornton, for his ambitious alternative budget. An alternative budget that listens to the concerns of the residents that we represent, and we've had many residents getting in touch over Plas Dolymock. I am delighted at the funding for Plas Dolymock. Generations of families hold their experiences of Dolymock close to their hearts, and this is the opportunity to do the right thing for our young people in this city, as well as improving our highways and road safety schemes. That is a must to do too. Fully funded from waste and inefficiency. Colleagues, I urge you to vote for the amendment. I will be supporting it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lepoidevan. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. So far as the amendment is concerned, I think it's good that it proposes more money for educational facilities. And the one in question, I agree with Councillor Thornton, it does merit a debate on its own, in its own right. And I agree also with the cuts in union funding, and I agree with scrapping the deputy cabinet members. Actually, the position of deputy cabinet members, I don't have a problem with. It's them being paid. An unpaid deputy is not an issue. Indeed, we're told that the council wouldn't function without the deputy leader's deputy. Believe that you believe anything. Now, of the two budgets, I think that this is the better one. So I will not vote against it. However, it proposes, unless I'm wrong, it proposes the same rise in council tax as the Labour budget. So I cannot fully support it. Therefore, Deputy Lord Mayor, I will abstain on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I have now 4 people identified. Councillors Heaven, Akhtar, Gittins and Skinner. Last call for contributions to this debate. Please let me know. Councillor Matthew Heaven.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor, I wish to support the amendment, and the reason, I'll give you my personal experience. I was privileged to be one of the 100,000 children from Coventry who over the years have benefited using Dolymock. a profound and an eye-opening experience that I will never forget. I remember when we were abseiling in a storm with a temperature of -2 degrees. It was the expert quality teachers with their in-depth experience that understood how to manage the situation, and I will always be grateful for them. It is now deeply concerning to hear that the council plan to consider replacing the expert qualified teachers with managers who may be qualified in managing Topshop stores or hotels, but lack any sufficient experience in dealing with the complex task that these wonderful teachers have gained over the many years dealing with children. This was my childhood life-changing experience, which I will never forget, and I'm sure it will be the same for many other children in Coventry. Particularly, many disadvantaged children have truly had one of their best experience of their lives due to the professional manner that they were hosted. Plas Dolymock over the years has gained the trust of schools and parents and built a first-class reputation and credibility. The council proposal undermines all of this. Deputy Lord Mayor, the Labour-run council talks about inclusion, partnership, and collaboration. This has clearly not been the case. The lack of consultation is very much apparent. On the 7th of December, this proposal of change went to the Labour group, and on the 15th of December, the Outdoor Education Steering Group met, but they were not informed until the 19th of January, and only on the 12th of February, a 30-minute Zoom meeting took place, allowing 10 minutes for Q&A. The fact is that Plas Dolymock has always been a success, and all the cost has always been covered by teachers, schools and parents, and never by the council. Not only that, but the council has received financial benefit from Plas Dolymock over the years. Deputy Lord Mayor, we know due to COVID-19, many businesses and organizations have been impacted. If Plas Dolymock is really at risk, as it indicates in the document that went to the Labour group, then 150,000 is a small price to pay to keep it as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Heaven. Councillor P. Akhtar.
Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor, thank you very much. Lord Mayor, one of my colleagues, Lord Mayor, sorry, let me say that I rise to speak against this Mickey Mouse and tiny budget, as one of our colleagues described it. And I want to say to Councillor Tim Sorden, sir, all of us on this side of the chamber don't believe, don't accept that the Tory government created coronavirus. Let me make it once again very clear. I'm not accusing Tory government. And I can say to you, I agree with you that Tory government is not responsible for creating the coronavirus. But they did create the crisis in the National Health Service. And his parties, Tories, are responsible for crisis in the social care. Therefore, they created an environment in which coronavirus allowed to thrive. And we have over 100,000 deaths, economy ruined, children education destroyed, their mental health devastated, and you have nerves to talk about Dolymock. Dolymock is precious to us. It is precious to our communities. We always will protect. The Labour group will protect. We always did. We always will protect Dolymock because it is precious to our children. And therefore I say to you, on your butt, you guys, stop shedding crocodile tears. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Akhtar. I have Councillors Gittins, Skinner, Clifford to speak, and then Councillor Brown, and then Councillor Sorden to bring the debate to a close. Councillor Gittins.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I think it's quite astonishing, really, given all that the Conservative councillors have said around misleading, lack of consultation and not being transparent with the figures, when over 80% of the money within their additional savings that they propose to save the council wouldn't actually be a real term saving. Facilities time, whether or not that time is given, getting rid of facility time would not mean an extra 400,000 in the council's pocket. And I do believe the Conservative members who proposed this fully know that. You know, all that getting rid of trade union facilities time would do is to get rid of that time that trade unions take to make Coventry City Council a better employer. I'm always so proud when we get a HR update to Scrutiny Board 1 at how the council does engage with its trade unions for the betterment of its staff. I'm really disappointed that the trade union facilities time has made an appearance once again in a Conservative additional savings, because I do think it's incredibly misleading and wouldn't result in a real term saving. And though I appreciate, you know, Councillor Sorden making a plea and saying you're the party of Disraeli, therefore you mustn't have anything against trade unions. Well, I think you're going to have to try harder than that to show exactly what this proposal is, which is, you know, it's showing nothing but complete disdain for the staff that work at Coventry City Council and the trade unions that represent them, because this isn't delivering any savings. All it's doing is satisfying an ideological need of the Conservative group. So I will not be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Gittins. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I may have misheard.
David, I can't hear you.
I beg your pardon, I'm sorry. I may have misheard because I have great personal respect for Councillor Maiden, but I think at one point he used the word lie. Now, I'm sure that as I say, I may have misheard, but I'm sure that a person of his intellect and quality will wish to withdraw that comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comment, Councillor Mayton?
Well, we just have to start with the statement about the 417,000 being gifted.
Yes or no will do, Councillor.
Oh no,
Mayton.
I won't withdraw. No.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clifford.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I can state categorically that Dollymock is safe in our hands. And I know from my experience of when I was chairman of the Education Committee, the Labour group at that time told me that that was not to be a line in any proposed savings. And I think that that still stands. It's surprising that if you come through the border agency now and you make a false statement, there is now a sentence of 10 years in prison for making a false statement. And I think if some of the statements that have been made about this budget, some people would be going down for a long stretch. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clifford. Councillor Brown.
Thank you. First of all, can you all hear me this time?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make a couple of comments there that I've heard the words used that this is an ambitious alternative budget, and I just sort of want to point out that it is actually 0.06% of the total. So it sort of it brings into wonderment what do you mean by ambitious. I think looking through these items, I would say that with any organisation, its most valued asset is its people. And as we move into a period where we expect more innovation and our workforce to be more flexible, we really value the partnership with the unions. I think there's an item there about potholes and road safety. And it's interesting to know that the government have actually just recently stripped £375 million away from local councils that was earmarked for road maintenance. This is the Conservative government have done that. Dolly Mock, it is absolutely much valued. My kids went there, but I do get concerned when I hear Councillor Sorden say that we should roll along because we may well get additional fundings. I have to say to him, that is not the way to run a budget based on you may well get something. When I hear the comments about waste and deputy cabinet members, quite frankly, I'm not going to take any lectures from Conservatives who have wasted billions of public money on test, track and isolate and have thrown further billions to their cronies for PPE contracts. I'll leave it there, but I will not be supporting this ambitious alternative budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Sorden to close the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. You were quite correct in drawing to my attention the fact that I talked about the 20th century when in fact I originally meant the 21st century. But having listened to Councillor Brown's speech, probably the 20th century was more accurate because we need to get him there first before we get him into the 21st century. I think Councillor Mayton must be living in a dream world, and I'm disappointed. I thought better of him than the comments that he has just made, which I think are disappointing, as Councillor Skinner said, for a man of his intellect and calibre, that he should use the words that he did. I need to stress that in the document that I have before me that went to the Labour group on the 7th of December, it mentions the fact that the hybrid model, which includes the changes in management, were required to save Dolly Mock. Those are the words within that document. It talks here, and I can almost hold it up to you to see, in saving Dolly Mock. So clearly Dolly Mock is clearly at risk unless those management changes are made. The point of our debate is that we don't agree with that. We believe there are other ways of saving Dolly Mock without getting rid of the excellent people that you have there at the moment whose expertise is nationally renowned. The senior leader there had been leader of the outdoor educational people on a national basis. They are highly qualified people, very capable of running it. They're removing them without a debate, without any discussion, on the pretext of saving Dolly Mock is not something that we accept. I think Councillor Mayton fails to understand the sheer anger that there is amongst the users, amongst the friends of Dolly Mock, and amongst the trade unions, as well as amongst the Tories. And don't ever accuse us of not wanting to keep the place going, because we have as much faith in it and as much love for it as anybody else. The restructure, we're told, is vital to save Dolly Mock. And that's why we are wanting to be involved in the debate, as other people want to be involved in the debate, because if the future of Dolly Mock depends upon this restructure that's being thrust upon us, then we simply do not accept it. So we urge the Labour Party to reconsider its opposition to our amendment and to start believing that the public want to be involved in this discussion and this debate as well. So to suggest that they were never considering closing Dolly Mock is wrong. They were. They're talking about the restructure being the only way of saving it, and we don't accept it.
Thank you, Councillor Sorden. Can I thank colleagues for their discipline and sticking to time as required with the Constitution. Now, in accordance with legislation, there will be a named and recorded vote on the amendment. I will ask the monitoring officer to take this vote.
Thank you. So councillors are asked to vote on the amendment. For, against or abstain. Councillor N. Akhtar. Councillor N. Akhtar. Move on. Councillor P. Akhtar.
Against.
Councillor M. Ali.
Against.
Councillor R. Ali.
Against.
Councillor Andrews.
For.
Councillor Orlock.
Against.
Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Bigham.
Against.
Councillor Birdie.
For.
Councillor Blundell.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor K. Khan.
Against.
Councillor Clifford.
Against.
Councillor Duggins.
Against.
Councillor Gittins.
And Will's going to be joining you tomorrow.
Councillor Gittins.
So this is why Tim's
Councillor Gittins.
Hello, I'm against.
Thank
it's
you.
right here. Sorry, against.
Thank you. Councillor Harvard.
Against.
Councillor Heathen.
For.
Councillor Heatherton.
Against.
Councillor Innes. Councillor Innes.
Against. Apologies.
Thank you. Councillor Jandu.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
Against.
Councillor A. Khan. Councillor A. Khan.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor T. Khan. Councillor T. Khan. Move on. Councillor Lacker.
Against.
Councillor Lancaster.
Against.
Councillor Lapsar.
For.
Councillor Podovan.
For.
Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Mayle.
For.
Councillor Mayton.
Against.
Councillor Mayer. Councillor Mayer. Move on to Councillor Mix.
Against.
Councillor M. Mutton.
Against.
Councillor O'Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Ridley.
For.
Councillor Ruwan.
Against.
Councillor Sandhu.
Against.
Councillor Sorden.
For.
Councillor Seaman. Councillor Seaman. Thank you. Councillor B. Singh.
Against.
Councillor R. Singh.
Against.
Councillor Skinner.
For, ma'am.
Councillor Fay.
Against.
Councillor Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Walsh. Councillor Walsh.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Welsh.
Against.
Councillor Williams.
Abstain.
Sorry, Councillor Williams.
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Deputy Lord Mayor.
Against.
Thank you. So I have 12 for, 32 against, and 1 abstain.
Sorry, Deputy
hello.
Lord Mayor.
Hello.
Naeem here. I'm against too. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Is there anybody else we missed?
Yes, Lord Mayor, myself, Tariq Khan, I'm against.
Okay, so let's make that. Anyone else? No, so that's 34 against, 12 for, and 1 abstain.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. The amendment is lost. We will pause for a short while to unload the site. Right, we now move to the debate on the substantive motion. I have Councillor Williams identifying as wishing to speak. Is there anybody else?
Lord Mayor, I've indicated.
I beg your pardon, Gary, it's not come up.
And myself, Lord Mayor.
Technical difficulties, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Can people identify themselves?
Yeah,
I've got Councillors Duggins and Ridley. Anybody else?
Me, John.
Who was that?
Lord Mayor, sorry, Rupinder.
Councillor R. Singh.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, we'll carry on and then see if
Boyle as well,
technology
John.
catches. Councillor O'Boyle. Okay, thank you. Okay, no. All right, okay. So who's the first one? Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. First, may I congratulate Councillor Richard Brown on presenting his first budget. I know he'll be disappointed that I'm going to speak against it, Deputy Lord Mayor, I recognise that this has been a year when councils across the country have had to deal with major financial pressures, but so have our residents, and many have had to take significant cuts in their wages. Others, such as the self-employed and the small businessmen, have had next to no income for some time, or they're reliant on small grants. And we're asking them to pay an extra 4.9% on their council tax. I would actually question the morality of that, and I cannot support any such rise, especially as there have been rises between 3 and 5% over the past 5 years already. Deputy Lord Mayor, I used to be a councillor in a neighbouring authority where we would consistently freeze the council tax, against officers' advice, by the way. And then I come here and we're squeezing the maximum we can get out of people without having a referendum. And I actually believe that the system of council tax is totally flawed and openly discriminates. I know that the Labour Party seem to believe that people in larger houses are always wealthier, but that doesn't always follow, because don't forget, a larger house costs more to run, and there are usually children to feed and clothe. They don't need an additional rise in council tax. Deputy Lord Mayor, I am not in a position to put forward an alternative budget, but if I were, there would be no rise in council tax. Now, you may be wondering how I could afford to do that. Well, I've had it officially costed. Deputy Lord Mayor, the pre-budget report included using over £9 million of reserves, and that's now been reduced to 2.9 million. Now, if we use the original figure from the pre-budget report, we could actually freeze the council tax for Coventry residents. Now, I know that's not an ideal situation to use reserves, and I agree with Councillor Brown that we wouldn't normally advocate that, but they are there for a rainy day. And what could be more rainy than last year? Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Brown mentioned Thatcherism when he opened his speech, and I flatter myself that was for my benefit. But if I could just quote the great lady herself, greatest ever Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, she said, "If it's 1 against 48, then I feel sorry for the 48." Don't know what context she said it in, but she said it. And if for the 5th time in a row, I'm the only one to vote against the rise in council tax, and if my maths is correct, then today the vote on the council tax rise is 1 against 46, then Deputy Lord Mayor, I feel sorry for the 46. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Can I just remind colleagues who have got, and in this order, Councillors Duggins, Akhtar, Ridley, R. Singh, Mal Mutton, O'Boyle, Mayton. Okay, so Councillor Duggins.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and welcome you to your place again today. And I'm pleased to hear that the Lord Mayor is recovering. I did have contact with her last week, and she is hoping, as you say, to be back in harness rather quickly. Just to make a few preliminary remarks, colleagues, in respect to Lord Mayor, in respect to the debate so far.
Excuse me, Councillor Duggins. Councillor Poidevin, could you switch your camera off, please? It's very distracting. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. I do wish that some Conservative colleagues would also recognise that we represent constituents as well. They seem to claim that they alone represent and are the voice of this city. They are not, and that is borne out by the present electoral arrangements. Councillor Sorden talked about the party of Disraeli. It's also, the Conservative Party is also the party of unprecedented draconian anti-trade union laws and acts starting in 1926 and moving forward. And the last nearly 100 years is littered with anti-trade union acts from Conservative governments. And finally, colleagues, in respect to what has gone before, I will emphasise again, we are not closing Dolymock. Deputy Lord Mayor, I rise to welcome the budget as set out today. I want to begin by thanking Barry Hasty, Paul Jennings and all officers involved in bringing forward this budget in the most extraordinary of times. And thank Richard for ensuring that we have these proposals today, underpinned by a true tour de force of a statement. And I also want to thank John Mutton, wish him well for a recovery, thank him for the sterling work that he has done in respect to all things finance in the last 4.5 years. Colleagues, these are unprecedented times, and the way that the policies, priorities and resources process has been carried out this year has been very different to previous years. Certainly time has not been a friend, nor has the uncertainties to which Richard pointed to. Yes, we have had a pre-budget process, as we always do, but once again, we are faced with what Richard described as a patchwork budget for only 1 year. So any notion of a multi-year settlement has been sidelined this year, as it was for the previous financial year, in those instances due to a pending general election. What I will do today, my contribution, is just to take a glimpse back over the last year and what our budgeting has allowed us as a council to do, and then look forward. Deputy Lord Mayor, it is a fact that this council started with a blank piece of paper on the 20th of March, when it became clear that the coronavirus crisis was such that life was not going to be as it was. Many of us in this virtual chamber today have not met in person since the 17th of March. And of course, what has since happened is that many of our colleagues have been working from home and have not actually set foot into their place of work for almost a year. Today, the 23rd of February, is just 1 month short of a 12-month period in which we have had to deal with a variety of lockdown restrictions which have impacted upon us all. A brief resume of how the council have responded to this situation. I do believe that without the council, life would have been even more difficult for our residents, whether individually or whether as part of the business community. Just a couple of examples to amplify this. The council was very much part and parcel with CV Life in putting in place the resilience hubs, which help with food, parcels, advice, and often just comfort for those who were cut off from society due to the need to isolate, often as a result of the shielding programme. Many of our own staff enabled this to happen, working in areas that they were not familiar with, but quickly adapted to. The same could be said of our colleagues who have formed our COVID advisory team, who have attempted to assist and encourage rather than control. The emphasis is on the word COVID advisor rather than COVID marshal. Grants were paid out by our staff to those in the business community, and grants amounted to somewhere in the region as it stands now, £70 million. And at the same time, our refuge collectors worked bravely as if they were working in normal circumstances. And I do not believe that should ever be forgotten, especially by Councillor Sorden, who seems to want to go down the privatisation route. Something that I can say to the people of the city that I totally reject, and I know the Labour colleagues will as well. Neither should the fact that our parks remained open so that people had an opportunity to exercise during what was a beautiful spring and early summer. Our staff in both social care and children's services continue to work to protect the most vulnerable. And of course, we know that in respect to children's services, there was and remains the potential for a whole range of pent-up demands. We also continued to work with our schools to ensure that they were able to navigate the difficulties of what has become a stop-start situation for colleagues in the education sector. And at the same time, we as a council managed to secure sufficient PPE for our staff, a decision supported through early strong leadership of our informal cabinet. Colleagues, the soundness of our budgetary framework, which John, Richard, Barry and Paul put in place, I have seen that we have been able to deliver and continue to deliver quality public services during a major public health crisis. Colleagues, I'm now going to move on to what I believe are some of the issues that are integral to today's budget. An issue that I want to concentrate on first is the plus 3% tax in respect to social care. Richard will have already mentioned the fact that around 80% of 50 councils canvassed will be increasing council tax by 4.9%. Many of these Conservative and Liberal Democrat councillors. This is broken down 1.9% plus 3%, which is a government expectation that had been outlined in the autumn statement during October 2020. Of significance is that the council can't go beyond, and I emphasise can't go beyond 1.9 without subjecting that proposal to a referendum. It can't be emphasised enough that for many years now, the government has been promising a wholesale reform of the way social care is funded. But as we speak at the moment, it is clear that this is being put on the shoulders of council tax payers, and this trend is one that has been around now for 5 years. I just remind colleagues, when Boris Johnson first stood outside number 10 Downing Street in July 2019, he was determined, and I quote, fix the crisis in social care once and for all. With a clear plan, we have prepared to give every older person the dignity and security they deserve, unquote. We still await that plan, Deputy Lord Mayor. And over the course of the last 2 weeks, the Health Secretary announced reforms around the NHS and social care. But there is still no indication of how, in respect to social care, any of this would be funded, other than, again, by having to ask council taxpayers to pay a further 3% on the council tax. It is incumbent upon us as a council to point this out in our communities. And it's very clear that both Keir Starmer and Annalise Dodds will be challenging the government to ensure that that 3% is made available in grant to the to councils, so that even at this late stage, they would not need to levy the further 3%, as long as, of course, that it doesn't erode the base budget. Secondly, once again, Deputy Lord Mayor, we are faced with the fact that we are a tariff-paying council. The amount now stands at 19.8 million for the year 2021-2022, which is broadly in line with the previous year. Perversely, this indicates that the council is judged by the government to be earning a greater level of council tax and retain business rates plus specific grants than it requires for our assessed spending needs. This is not only unjust, but is absolutely absurd, given our high level of needs and high level of deprivation. During November 2020, as Richard has already mentioned, rules governing local authority access to public work loan boards changed. First of all, interest rates were reduced by 1%, which is to be welcomed. But this was allied to a rule change that access by councils to public work loan boards was no longer available to local authorities that planned to buy investment assets for a financial return. This is clearly an instance where government have starved local authorities of revenue and not allowed them to act in an entrepreneurial way to secure financial returns for their constituents. Deputy Lord Mayor, I now want to turn to the future sustainability of funding for local authorities. And it builds on and complements a theme that Richard indeed covered earlier today. I've said it on many occasions that there can be no going back to austerity. Austerity did not achieve what George Osborne set out to do in 2010, and that was to eliminate the deficit during the term of the 2010 to 2015 Parliament. But what it has done is to ensure that local authorities are worse off to the tune of 38% than they were in 2010. The fact that local government as a sector has been able to step up to the plate regarding the challenges of the COVID crisis is the way that local authorities have been run rather than anything to do with the government. Next time we face a pandemic or any such emergency, local authorities may not be able to respond in the way that we have here in Coventry. And as Richard has pointed out, a number of local authorities are under such pressure, they are considering or have issued Section 11 notices, which means that only certain expenditures can be undertaken. To make matters worse, the heady early promises of the pandemic for local authorities to spend what they need has not been honoured. A further round of austerity would not be the right way to recognise the contribution of local authorities, our staff and the communities we represent. What comes next must be a sustainable increase in real terms for local authority, settlements that must be on a multi-year basis, rowing back and reversing the decade of austerity. This would then enable us to put forward the kind of budgets which we seek to enable us to ensure that we look after our vulnerable communities in an even more impressive way than we do now, and to ensure that we are able to carry out the kind of policy initiatives which I believe that most people in this city and chamber would welcome. Austerity was a policy of choice, and that choice has been found wanting. The price has been very high, and we have seen what the cost of austerity has been over the last 12 months. One of the major planks of the government's current policy is that of levelling up. At the moment, there is no real appreciation of what this will actually mean and who will deliver it. In some instances, believed it will effectively be capital programme led, and then there are various think tanks that argue that the private sector will be central to the levelling up agenda. So my view is simple, that the levelling up agenda must be about opportunities for our poorest community and acceptance that the benefits cuts went far, far too far. And this chamber at our last meeting effectively called upon the Chancellor to ensure that the £20 universal credit increase that was put in place as a result of the COVID crisis is maintained. That must be a start. Estimates are that if the uplift in universal credit is not maintained, then over 750,000 people will be plunged into poverty, the vast majority which are people who are in work. The uplift in universal credit would be economically advantageous because undoubtedly that £20 will be spent in the economic recovery and contributing to that recovery. Other policy initiatives to level up must follow, and that surely must include funding in respect of pupils who are being left behind, not just by the COVID crisis, but generally. And there must be an ambition, however worthy, that there is an eradication of food banks in this country. The notion of a food bank is really a stain on our country's reputation, whether you believe this country is the 5th or 6th largest economy in the world. This leads me to support those who have recently called for a modern day equivalent of the Beveridge Report, which was launched in 1942 and reported in 1944. The issues that were covered were the 5 giants of want, disease, ignorance, squalor and idleness. And we can see in our own communities today very similar parallels. Finally, Deputy Lord Mayor, I do believe that this budget will enable us to do a lot of things that we want to do over the next year. Firstly, the City of Culture 2021 is going to be a key part in how the city recovers. This is a golden and unique opportunity, although there is uncertainty about how the programme will eventually roll out. There is no doubt that as we come out of lockdown restrictions, City of Culture will be on the verge of starting or will have already commenced. This is why we continue to pursue with government the need that limited attendance pilots be considered for certain events in the city so that we can make the City of Culture the experience that we were so excited about in 2017 when it was awarded to us. As we come out of lockdown and restrictions, the economic damage done to our local economy will become more apparent. At some stage, furlough will end, but I don't believe the end should be until at least the winter of this year. But we are in a position at the moment in which we know that around 16,000 people are employed in this city. The council will play its full part with other partners to ensure that we look to reduce the number of those without work as quickly as we can and provide a number of opportunities. Colleagues will have heard me say on many occasions about the central role of our job shop, which at the moment is continuing to work digitally. But it is very clear that our job shop will be a crucial player in helping people to begin to address the economic consequences for them and their families. It is indeed one of this administration's proudest achievements, and I believe that it will come into its own during the next year. On that theme of job opportunities during the next year, we will be looking to secure the first gigafactory in this country, securing 4,000 jobs over time. Our suggested location makes absolute sense considering its proximity to the UK Battery Industrialisation Centre, our skills base and our geographical location. At the same time, Friargate 2 will be progressing along with City Centre South, the precinct development and the station master plan, which have either progressed or will be concluded. And of course, the National Arts Collection Centre, which will be developing over that period of time. This is, of course, an example of what we have been trying to do. On the one hand, combat COVID, and we will continue to do that. And I will make a further statement in March around that progress. But at the same time, we need to think ahead post-COVID. On another note, Deputy Lord Mayor, the Children's Services Continuation Improvement Executive Group held its final meeting on Wednesday, the 10th of February. This was an improvement process that began in March 2021 when Children's Services was placed in special measures. It is very likely that at some stage during this financial year, Children's Services may get a full inspection again, and our ambition continues to be that we will be a good service next time round, moving to excellent the following inspection. Deputy Lord Mayor, this budget supports an administration that has had to deal with unprecedented times, has stepped up to the mark, has worked tirelessly for the city during the most difficult time, certainly since Second World War, and yet at the same time has looked ahead and will continue to look ahead to the future with confidence. We need now the financial security to allow our innovative and our political instincts to thrive, underpinned by the best that is the public sector has to offer. I fully support this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Duggins. I call on Councillor N. Akhtar. Naeem?
Sorry, Lord Mayor, I didn't raise my hand.
Okay, thank you very much. Historic then, yep. Councillor Ridley.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment at this stage. I'm having some technical difficulties with my video apparently, but hopefully you can still hear me.
Okay, can we take time to load the amendment, Gary?
Yeah, so the officers have got it.
Okay, as soon as it's up, then I'll ask you to speak.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Right, okay. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. So, as I say, we do have this amendment which we'd like to put forward. Colleagues have had some really intelligent contributions this afternoon for why we should be doing this. Now, okay, you're telling us that you're not going to accept our alternative budget. Great, fine, whatever. Let's move on. This is about saving Dolly Mock. Now, you've heard the arguments before. You've had an item at your group meeting, the Labour group meeting, talking about saving Dolly Mock. You're then coming back at us saying that it doesn't need to be saved. And what this sum of money would do is allow that decision to be taken in a more timely way, in a more considered way. It would allow a proper public consultation to take place. If you don't need to use the money, don't use it. You know, it can go back into reserves. So that's what we're asking. That's what you're asking you to consider, is that a one-off sum of £150,000 be allocated to Plas Dolly Mock. Just want to touch on some of the comments and questions that have been put forward. We heard an excellent contribution from Matty Heaven, who talked about, and she spoke with passion, and she talked about her own experiences and how it was teachers that actually helped her through her experience there. And that is the point of this. It's about saving this as a teacher-led facility. We don't want this to turn into some kind of paintballing corporate away day experience for children. You have to have those teachers there. And just responding to one or two of the points from people like Kevin Mayton, and Parviz Akhtar as well, and I think Joe Clifford, in one form or another, all accused us of lying. I'd be very careful about who I was accusing of lying. You know, I mean, I'm always conscious I don't want to upset Kevin Mayton too much, lest he threatened to hit me like he did with Glenn Williams. But I do think it's important that we put that particular lie to bed straight away. You know, we are not lying about this. We are not the ones telling any lies whatsoever. You guys have had a meeting about this, a political meeting, and we've then been told this is an operational issue. It cannot possibly be both. So we have put this forward today. You've got to make a decision. Do you want to back Dolly Mock or not? As I've said, if you don't need this money, don't use it. Return it to capital further down the line. I just want to make a couple of points as well, if I may. I think it was Councillor Gittins who talked about one of our savings, the trade union facility time, and said it wasn't realisable. Well, I just point out that the alternative budget has been signed off by officers, Deputy Lord Mayor, as indeed has this alternative budget. We wouldn't just randomly put stuff forward without getting it checked with officers. So I do think it's important to make that particular point. And just on some of the comments originally in Councillor Brown's first particular speech, where he accused us of the Conservative Party more generally of playing politics. Well, I have to say, Deputy Lord Mayor, that his speech was a speech of the left, from the left, and it wasn't anything other than that. It was deliberately divisive. You know, a lot of the language he used was deliberately divisive. So I don't think you then get to accuse us of playing politics when you've done that. And the thing that I had to sort of laugh at was he talked all the way about austerity and, you know, the nasty, wicked Tory government and all the rest of it, and then finished his speech by saying how it was the largest capital programme the city'd ever had. Where's that capital funding come from? It's come from the government. It's come from Andy Street. Whatever way you look at it, it's come through the government. Yeah, can you let me speak, please? We kindly sat and let you speak, so maybe you could extend the same courtesy. That money has come from central government. It's been given over by the Conservative government. We have got the largest capital programme ever because of the Conservative government. So let's have no more of your nonsense about austerity and all the rest of it when we've just had a 56 million grant from the government to tide us over the worst of the COVID-19 situation. You know, the most exciting bit of Richard's speech was when the sound froze, quite frankly, and it made a lot more sense at that particular point in time as well. We then had the usual rant that we have about the private sector and Tory cronies and all the rest of it. It's, you know, look at the vaccine success we're having. Who's come up with that? The private sector's come up with that, and most of them, I understand it anyway, are doing it at cost price. You know, you can't just sit there in the best traditions of Jeremy Corbyn and just bash the private sector all the time and bash free enterprise. You know, they've got a vital role to play in society. They've got a vital role to serve in driving forward economic growth, the economic growth that allows us to actually spend money on the public sector. If you guys were in charge, you'd tax it to the hill, everybody would leave the country and we'd be bankrupt again, just like we were in the 1970s. And I just repeat the statement that I always repeat at these things. Every single Labour government has left office with higher unemployment than it started with. The reality is, Deputy Lord Mayor, that they are no better at running this local authority than the Labour government was at running this country. They've now got a choice to make. They've got to face their constituents as much as anybody else. And I would just pick up on George's comment that people in Woodlands Ward, they did not vote for a Labour council, George. You know, and several of the wards around the city didn't as well. We are representing those constituents. And what I would also suggest is maybe you should go and have a word with some of your Labour members who've actually been getting in touch with us to tell us how disgusted they are that you've done this consultation, in inverted commas, around Dolymock in completely closed circumstances. So with that, Deputy Lord Mayor, I will leave it there. We put this amendment forward. It will be seconded by Councillor Sorden, and I commend it to this digital chamber.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ridley. Councillor Sorden, you wish to second now or
I'd like
reserve?
to formally second it, and with your permission, reserve the right to speak.
Thank you very much. Can I ask whether or not we need an adjournment?
Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yes.
Haven't we already voted on this amendment? This was contained in the alternative budget.
No, it wasn't. This is a contribution from reserves.
John, my understanding is an amendment can be put forward at any time. This is an amendment standing in its own right. So again, I will ask the question, do we need to adjourn or should we carry on? Oh, I beg your pardon. Councillor Duggan, sorry, Councillor Duggan, I didn't see you.
Yeah, I mean, to be perfectly honest, well, Mayor, this is an opportunity for the Conservative group to effectively have two bites at the cherry in respect to their alternative budget or amendment, whichever one you want to call it. So my view is that we don't need an adjournment, and we will be will be rejecting it.
That's very clear. Can I just have the list of names? No, we're speaking on the amendment.
Move the vote.
Oh, the vote has been moved.
Look, Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Sorden hasn't had the opportunity to sum up yet.
Disgraceful.
Absolutely disgraceful.
Disgraceful.
One at a time.
You gave me permission to reserve the right. In which case I'll use it.
Please stop. I'm looking at the participants. I'm taking Councillors Mal Mutton, Kevin Mayton, Joe Clifford, and yourself, Councillor Duggins, as wishing to continue with the substantive. If that is the case, I will call Councillor Sorden. Is that correct?
Mine is on the substantive motion.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Sorden.
Sorry, if I'm the only seconder to the amendment, I just want to emphasise why this is so important and why we do not believe that we're getting the full story from the Labour group. I have the document before me that went to the Labour group in December. What is regrettable is that we, as a party of councillors representing our constituents, were never consulted. But in this group, in this paper, it gives options. Options for the future of Dolymock. Option 1, closure. Now, I don't need to say any more. Closure was an option that was given to the Labour group. The fact that they decided to turn it down is a different issue. What they did decide to do was to look at a hybrid model that included the removal of the two people who are currently senior people in charge at Dolymock. And that's why we feel we should be involved, because by removing that level of expertise, it alters the whole ethos of Dolymock. There can be no question about it. So when Kevin Mayton accuses us of lying, I'm sorry, but he's wrong. You are altering the ethos of Dolymock by removing the people who have the expertise to run it. And that's the key to it. We want a debate, a proper discussion on whether these people should be allowed to remain, and if they're removed, how would it impact upon the jewel in Coventry's educational crown? It's within our DNA, as we've said before, and we don't want the DNA altering. So we want a full debate on it, which is why we are suggesting that that £150,000 be used to enable us to have time to have a debate throughout the city, not only Conservative councillors, but people throughout the city, some of the 100,000 who've used it, some of the parents and children who will want to use it, to decide what sort of outdoor educational centre we want. And so it's absolutely key that we open it up to a full, proper debate. It is not simply a management decision to change the ethos of the place that we all know and love. And that's why we feel so strongly about it and why we're persisting in moving every amendment under the sun we can to try and get the Labour Party to accept that the city is not happy with what you're doing.
Yeah, well said.
Thank you, Councillor Sorden. Can I just check? Names have disappeared on the participants. Councillor Mayton, you had your hand up. Do you wish to speak, particularly as your name was mentioned? Councillor Clifford, likewise, your name was up there. Councillor Mayton, you're indicating to speak. Can colleagues let me know if they wish to participate in this further amendment? Right, Councillor Mayton. Are you muted? Are you Kevin? Shh. He's there.
I am here.
Yes, speak.
Right. No, the no, it doesn't really matter. I'm calm. The comment I made about lying before or misinformation, I'll put it like that. It's very clear because that's been compounded by two things that have been said in terms of so-called supporting the further amendment. Councillor Ridley, and this is the way that propagandists work, they throw into the mix something which will worry people. So he was the person who claimed that we might be turning Dollymount into a paintball corporate getaway for children. Nothing could be further from the truth, and that is not the case. In every letter I've written, in terms of responding to people who've made their comments, two things I've emphasised is that the educational ethos will not change. That's an important part. And in fact, that's one of the things the trade unions were very keen on. They didn't want to see this as some sort of out of bounds location. So the educational ethos will remain absolutely crucial to this. I would just, because so I've got the chance, stress that one of the things about outdoor education is not a statutory service, whereas special education is. And it would be nice if the Tories were a bit more passionate around the fact that we are really struggling because of the cuts to education budgets in order to provide the proper service to those children who need special education, especially at this time. What we're doing is trying to ensure that we can do both. We're not trying to limit it. We want to be able to do both. And I think the key thing about the overall budget that Richard has put forward is that we've got the funding to be able to do that. But we can't just toss in 150,000 here and there and hope the problems go away. Everything has got to be properly planned, and that was what this first stage of consultation was doing. And the consultation results haven't been completed yet. There can be a debate about that later, but the key is that we need to be able to find a way of being able to maintain our outdoor education service, which includes Dollymount. One of the things I would just quickly add is that I do agree with Councillor Williams. He was talking about how family incomes have been hit. So in order to be able to guarantee that every child in Coventry has got access to Dollymount and the outdoor education experience, we need to be able to look at all the costs of that. Unfortunately, if you're in Warwickshire, you won't be able to have that anymore. But in Coventry, we want to be able to make sure that it's affordable to all families and children. And that's why we've got to look at every opportunity to be able to generate income.
Thank you, Councillor Mayton. Final check. Or anybody wishing to speak? Councillor Brown, as the mover of the substantive motion, do you wish to participate in this debate?
You did indicate that I could speak.
I did, Joe. You're not up here, but please come in. And Councillor Brown, could you also indicate whether or not you wish to contribute? Councillor Clifford.
Deputy Lord Mayor, can I make it clear that I don't think Councillor Mayton or I accused the Conservatives of telling lies. In actual fact, I believe that they believe that what they were saying is true, and I respect that. But we know that it's not true. There's a difference between lying. A lie is meant to deliberately deceive, and I don't think that they're actually doing that. They believe that what they're saying is true. The fact is it's wrong, and I think Councillor Mayton has clearly demonstrated that. I hope that clears that thing up. I mean, this amendment is just wasting time. They know that we have to vote it down. At the end of the day, the two things can't meet each other. So I think we should get on and vote about it, and then get on with the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Clifford. Councillor Brown, do you wish to comment?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ridgey, would you close the amendment debate?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. There's not a huge amount more to say. I thank Councillor Clifford for his words just there. I mean, he did, in his original comments, use the word false statements. It is there on YouTube for people to see. And Councillor Kevin Mayton definitely accused us of lying. He used the words. So, I don't think it's helpful to rewrite history in that sense. Clearly, we will have a vote on this now, and by the sounds of it, it will be voted down. But I just, it's there for posterity. And if we find in a year or two's time that Dollymock is, quote, deemed to be unviable, then we'll be coming right back to this, because, our job as an opposition is to represent the views of the people of Coventry when you're not doing what they want you to do, and it's to hold you to account. That's what we're doing today. As Councillor Sorden has said, that's why we've used any mechanism we can to get this on the motion, to get this motion on the agenda. If you had actually brought forward a report to council, or even just to cabinet, talking about this, then maybe some of this could have been avoided, but there is this tendency from this failing Labour administration to actually close things down and to try and push things through without any debate, and inevitably it always comes back against you guys. So just be open, be transparent, have a debate. If you've got nothing to fear, then be open about it. People get concerned and suspicious when things are being done behind closed doors. I think we've got every right to be suspicious at this situation. We've got teaching unions coming forward and telling us how concerned they are. We have had members of the Labour Party telling us how concerned they are about this. So, as I say, the vote will be taken, and from our side it will be lost. But maybe you need to think carefully about the way in which you handle this going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Ridley. In accordance with legislation, there will be a named and recorded vote on the amendment. I will ask the monitoring officer to take the vote.
Thank you. Councillors are asked to vote whether they are for, against or abstain the amendment. Councillor N. Akhtar.
Against.
Councillor P. Akhtar.
Against.
Councillor M. Ali. Councillor M. Ali. Move on. Councillor R. Ali.
Yep.
Sorry, Councillor R. Ali.
Yes.
Thank you. That's against.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Andrews.
Sorry, for.
Thank you. Councillor Orlock.
Against.
Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Bigham.
Against.
Councillor Birdie.
For.
Councillor Blundell.
I'm for.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor K. Khan.
Against.
Councillor Clifford.
Against.
Councillor Duggins.
Against.
Councillor Gittins. Against. Councillor Harvard.
Against.
Councillor Heaven. For. Councillor Heatherton.
Against.
Councillor Innes.
Against.
Councillor Jandu.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
Against.
Councillor A. Khan.
Against.
Councillor T. Khan.
Against.
Councillor Lacker. Sorry, Councillor Lacker.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lancaster.
Against.
Councillor Lapsar.
For.
Councillor Leopoldman.
For.
Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Mayle.
For.
Councillor Mayton.
Against.
Councillor Mayor. Councillor Mayor. Move on to Councillor Mix.
Against.
Councillor M. Mutton.
Against.
Councillor O'Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Ridley.
For.
Councillor Ruan.
Against.
Councillor Sandhu.
Against.
Councillor Sorden.
For.
Councillor Seaman. Councillor B. Singh.
Against.
Councillor R. Singh.
Against.
Councillor Skinner. Councillor Thay.
Against.
Councillor Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Walsh.
Against.
Councillor Welsh.
Against.
Councillor Williams.
For.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Against.
Can I ask Councillor M. Ali again, please?
Oh, phew. Yes. Against.
Thank you. I have 34 against, 13 for.
Thank you. The amendment's lost. We'll pause for a short while to unload the slide. No. Take the slide down, please. Okay. Okay, we're now going back to the substantive motion. Can I indicate who I have who wish to speak? Councillor R. Singh, Councillor Mutton, Councillor O'Boyle, Councillor Mayton, Councillor Clifford. Do they still stand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll call on Councillor R. Singh.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Fantastic speeches by our side. I congratulate the Cabinet member and all his team on producing this balanced budget, despite the Tory government's ideological driven strategy of wafer thin finance for local government. Historically, it has been proven that local government spend is far more efficient in whole of the public spending. Would the Cabinet member agree that he rather have more time in dealing with the serious issues in Coventry than spending time and efforts applying for patchy funding streams day and night? Would he agree that a sensible national government should make funding more stable and timetable for change more predictable? Deputy Lord Mayor, we are not asking for a utopia here, just a sensible, functional national government will be fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Mutton.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I just want to concentrate on one aspect of the proposals before Council today. And as you would expect, it's the proposal for a 3% precept for adult social care. The only reason this has been included is because once again, this government has abdicated their responsibilities and have put the burden of funding the service provided by the local authority for adult social care onto the local taxpayers through their council tax payments. We've been waiting a very, very long time for the promised green paper on health and social care. However, there is a white paper out now, but I don't want to comment on this at the present time, because the devil will be in the detail, but I could tell you that it doesn't seem to be any proposals around social care in that document. Simon Stevens, head of the NHS England, has said that adequate plans to fund social care should be in place within a year. So what does the government do? Proposes yet another precept on local taxpayers. In the 2019 Tory manifesto, it contained a pledge to find a cross-party solution to reduce the pressures and provide a long-term funding for the sector. But what happened? No cross-party talks, and they propose another precept on the council tax bills, so local taxpayers bear the burden yet again. COVID-19 has really highlighted the need for proper, adequate funding throughout the social care sector. It has highlighted the incredible work done by our social care staff and the government response that the local people pay, which ends up with those citizens with less disposable income paying the most. And many of those people will be those that work in social care sector. The very people that we stood on the doorstep and clapped to show our appreciation, yet we are to reward them by having a local precept of 3% on their council tax bill. How many?
That's why I rang earlier on. I've got a bit of time now, actually. So I thought I'd give you.
Somebody has their microphone on.
How many? Can I continue, Lord Mayor?
Yes, please.
How many times have we heard ministers say that it's unfair for taxpayers to bear the continuing cost of schemes like the £20 increase in the universal credit and the furlough payments that were introduced during the pandemic to help working families? Well, I ask you, is it fair that local taxpayers bear the burden of the increased cost of adult social care just because the government has failed to address the fundamental issues of proper and adequate funding of this sector? But fairness doesn't come into it, does it? It's expedient for this government to propose this precept so that it lets them off the hook and local councils get the blame. It's with a heavy heart that this proposal is before us today, but we've got no alternative until the government lives up to its promises and its responsibilities. Deputy Lord Mayor, the rising council tax is not 4.9%. The council tax rise is 1.9%, with the extra 3% being a precept proposed by the Tory government. So let's not forget that during this debate. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mutton. I'm thinking the last call for speakers. Councillor Heatherton, did I see your hand go up? I have. Councillor O'Boyle, Councillor Mayton, Councillor Clifford.
No, can you take me off that? Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Boyle.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I thought it was very appropriate at the start of Councillor Sorden's speech that he mentioned Disraeli, a 19th century Prime Minister, because his whole speech was absolutely lathered in the past of the 19th century. And I thought as well his whole speech, and that of Councillor Ridley as well, was full of division and was determined to upset and create a morass and a fog of disinformation that was utterly reprehensible. And I think what we need to do is we need to look to the future, and that's what the local authority, the Labour-led local authority, is looking to do and is seeking to achieve, and particularly through our capital projects. Often I say this because the Tories often like to say it's all down to the Tory government. Well, let's put this to bed once and for all. We work in partnership. We're not divisive like the Conservatives. We want to work with our partners wherever we can find them. That's why we've had investment in the cooperative on Corporation Street, or Ironmonger Row, where we've got new buildings going up, the Telegraph Hotel, cooperation and coordination with the private sector, Elliott site, private investment, Cathedral Lanes, or in fact, what about the fantastic opportunity, hopefully he can open sooner rather than later, when the Empire in the old ABC cinema is open. We actually bring in live acts back to the city centre, working in cooperation, private investment going in there, working in partnership. What about with the third sector, with the historic Coventry Trust? We're redeveloping the Charterhouse, the Carthusian Monastery. Drapers Hall, right next to the Council House, has been closed for many years. Investment going in there. Priory Row Cottages, the Burgess. Anyone go down and have a look at that and see what a wonderful job they've made of that, and more to come in Palmer Lane. Or what about the City Wall gate houses that are being regenerated to be used and brought back to public use? Or maybe locally right here on the estate of the Council House in St Mary's
Guildhall, a fantastic example of working in partnership with the Heritage Lottery Fund and Historic England. And we also work in partnership with our political opponents wherever we find them as well, in government and with local councils, whether it's working to achieve £44 million of public realm, the train station. We're investing £82 million from different funds, not just from government, Friargate, public and incidentally private investment there. Colleagues know, and we'll be talking about this later, IKEA as well, a fantastic opportunity, bringing different partners together, whether it's the British Council of Arts England, local partners as well. And of course, UK BIC, and we've mentioned this before, the Gigafactory, working with our partners, Rigby Group and Coventry Airport, and also, incidentally, Warwick District Council, a Tory-led council. We can work with very sensible people, want to work in the interest of their constituents in the same way that we want to do. What about the electric bus city? All our buses will be electric by 2025, or VLR, very light rail, working in partnership with Dudley Council, another Conservative-led council. And of course, we're in partnership with Our Planet. We've got the most on-street electric vehicle chargers anywhere in the country outside of London. All of them in the main are not all, but most of them are put in by private companies. We're putting in cycle networks. Electric Taxis, a private company. We've got a local air quality action plan. We're working with Coventry and Warwickshire Green Business Network to help improve businesses become greener and cleaner. Coventry District Heating Network, another great example of using sustainable energy in order to support businesses locally. Well, what about the solar panels going on council buildings? All of these things are about green and about working in partnership. And I'll finally leave it with this, Deputy Lord Mayor, on the theme of the future. We know that, and we've seen it all in the news, etc., that a new spaceship has landed on Mars recently, and everybody is hoping, I think, that they find something that we can all get very excited. I'm a bit worried though. A bit like the local Tories, they may well find life, but it's not as we know it, Jim.
Thank you, Councillor O'Boyle. Councillor Williams, you've raised a point of order.
Well, thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. It's just I thought we were having a break at 5 and it's now 5:20 to 6.
I understand that. We had a break earlier for adjournment earlier. I'm taking that into account. I will be calling that as soon as this debate is over. Thank you very much.
Fine. Thank you.
Okay. Going back to the participants, I have now Councillors Mayton and Clifford. Final call, Councillor Sorden, and then I will be calling Councillor Brown to close the debate. Councillor Mayton.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
Good. I mean, I've been here before with Tories. If we remember, I was accused of all sorts of things around the swimming pool and the 50-metre pool, and that didn't turn out too badly, did it? And the same thing was around libraries. You can promise that you're not going to close libraries. You can have Tories on your back all the time saying, we don't believe you, it's all going to be terrible. And actually, they never come along and say, well, actually, maybe we were wrong and you were right. The issue here is that increasingly, this debate has focused on one part of the outdoor education service, and that is Dolymock. Very important, very emotional, understandably. However, the aim is to be able to offer an outdoor education experience in Coventry and Warwickshire where children don't have to travel, but to be able to enjoy that, especially because that travel is going to be very restricted and residential opportunities are going to be very restricted for at least another 6 months, if not longer. And that's why we want to be able to look at and explore a whole range of different options It's not just about having somebody leading a group of people at Dolly Mock. The expertise that is required for outdoor activities, and it will not be an outward bounds course as alleged by Tories. This is around continuing the education ethos, but it does require people to be there with that expertise, and I am sure that that will not change. However, this is going to need to be a strategic approach, because we need to look at all the other opportunities that exist in Coventry and Warwickshire. And I come back to the point that Councillor Williams made about the fact that families will be hard hit. And the aim is to be able to find ways and look at the costs associated with all of our outdoor education service to make sure that those families that are hit hardest are not unable to allow their children to attend what everybody agrees is a wonderful opportunity. I would just stress, though, that this is not a statutory service. If it was a statutory service, then it would be properly funded by government, and that we have intervened in order to be able to provide that for Coventry children, and we'll continue to do so with an education ethos. And I just hope that when we see how this all pans out in a year or two's time, when COVID has gone and we've got an outdoor education service across Coventry and Warwickshire and in Wales, the people will recognise what we were trying to do here today.
Thank you, Councillor Mayton. Councillor Clifford.
Yes, Deputy Lord Mayor. I shall be careful in case anybody misrepresents me again. The two documents that we're considering contain 85 pages in all, and I would appreciate that members of the public or anybody who's watching won't have been able to decipher all those pages. But there's just one paragraph or a couple of paragraphs that are pointed out on page 9. At the bottom of page 9, it illustrates the point that the council tax is driven by government, and one councillor made a point about we should have a referendum, and of course, if we had a referendum, that would cost the council £600,000, and that's why we don't have one. This referendum business is a red herring. Nobody will have a referendum because the government have put that in because they put the 3% precept in because they know that if we had to increase the council tax by 3%, more than the 2% that is allowed, that referendums would be lost. Nobody votes for an increase. It's not very nice to have an increase, but you need to actually make sure that your budget balances, and that's why we have to increase the council tax. And if you don't read anything else, read that paragraph to the bottom of page 9, running over to page 10, and you'll perhaps get a better understanding of what it's all about. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Clifford. Councillor Sorden.
Just a very brief comment, Deputy Lord Mayor. I was interested to hear Councillor O'Boyle and then Councillor Mayton talking about their partnership arrangements that they have, particularly perhaps Councillor O'Boyle's comments about partnerships with the Conservatives in Warwick and Dudley. If only they would have discussions with their partners. They're democratically elected Conservative councillor partners in Coventry. They would save themselves an awful lot of trouble instead of trying to sneak things through without any discussion or debate.
Well, if you were sensible, we would.
Thank you, Councillor Sorden. Councillor Brown, would you like to sum up the debate?
Thank you. I will try and keep this brief. As I said earlier, I believe the next 12 months will be just as much of a challenge as the last 12 have been. I think as we strive to keep our people safe and endeavour to recover and reset from this dreadful pandemic. I think what is clear is that we cannot simply put our faith in Boris and chums to see us through it. I repeat, their policies are infested with extreme dogma, incompetence, and self-serving cronyism. The comments, or should I say rants, we have heard from Tories this afternoon sadly seem to back this up. I believe we are akin to being in a boat exposed to some really rough seas and having to bail like mad to keep afloat. Instead of fixing the boat, the Tories have kindly told us to use an extra bucket to bail with. And what's worse, charge the extra cost to council taxpayers in the guise of a 3%. I will close by once again saying that this is an ambitious and measured budget that not only refuses to cut frontline resources, but also provides an opportunity through the Innovation Development Fund to seek out better ways to bring forward best-in-class services. In addition, it offers real hope for the future with a continuation, as we've heard, of one of the biggest capital programs we've seen for many, many years. I'm going to leave it there, thank you, and move the vote.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. I now call for a vote on the recommendations.
Sorry, Deputy Lord Mayor, can I just clarify exactly what we're voting on? Because there are two separate reports, the council tax itself and the actual budget.
Can
we usually vote on.
Can you let me carry on, Councillor Ruddy?
Sorry.
I will explain. In accordance with legislation, there will be separate named and recorded votes on items 7, council tax setting report 2021-22, and item 8, budget reports 21-22. I call on the monitoring officer to take the vote for item 7. The recommendations are on page 10.
Thank you. So this is councillors are asked to vote therefore on agenda item 7, the council tax setting report, and asked to vote for, against or abstain. Councillor N. Akhtar.
For.
Councillor P. Akhtar.
For.
Councillor M. Ali.
For.
Councillor R. Ali. Councillor R. Ali. Move on to Councillor Andrews.
For.
Councillor Andrews, for.
For.
Councillor Orlock.
For.
Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Bigham.
For.
Councillor Birdie.
For.
Councillor Blundell.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Kay Khan.
For.
Councillor Clifford.
For.
Councillor Duggins.
For.
Councillor Gittins. For. Councillor Harvard.
For.
Councillor Heaven. For. Councillor Heatherton.
Sorry, against. Sorry, for.
Sorry, Councillor Heatherton, for. Thank you. Councillor Innes.
For.
Councillor Jandu.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
For.
Councillor A. Khan.
For.
Councillor T. Khan. Councillor T. Khan. Move on to Councillor Lacker. Councillor Lancaster.
For.
Councillor Lapsar.
For.
Councillor Podovin.
For.
Councillor Lloyd.
For.
Councillor Mayle.
For.
Councillor Mayton.
For.
Councillor Mayer.
For.
Councillor Mix.
For.
Councillor Mutton.
For.
Councillor O'Boyle.
For.
Councillor Ridley.
For.
Councillor Iwan.
For.
Councillor Sandhu.
For.
Councillor Sorden.
For.
Councillor Seaman.
For.
Councillors B. Singh.
For.
Councillor R. Singh.
For.
Councillor Skinner.
For.
Councillor Fay.
For.
Councillor Thomas.
For.
Councillor Walsh. Sorry, Councillor Walsh.
For.
Councillor Welsh.
For.
Councillor Williams.
Against.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
I have 45 for and 1 against.
And Deputy Lord Mayor, this is Councillor Ali. It's for. Sorry,
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Ali.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else we missed? Well, clearly that is carried. We now move to the vote for item 8, which is on page, the recommendations are on page 19.
Thank you. So councillors are asked to vote on agenda item 8, the budget report. For, against or abstain. Councillor N. Akhtar.
For.
Councillor P. Akhtar.
For.
Councillor M. Ali. Councillor M. Ali. Move on. Councillor R. Ali.
For.
Councillor Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Orlock. Councillor Bailey.
Against.
Councillor Bigham.
For.
Councillor Birdie.
Against.
Councillor Blundell.
I'm against.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor K. Khan.
For.
Councillor Clifford.
For.
Councillor Duggins. Councillor Duggins, sorry.
For.
Councillor Gittins. Councillor Harvard.
For.
Councillor Heathen.
Against.
Councillor Heatherton. Councillor Heatherton.
For.
Councillor Innes.
For.
Councillor Jandu.
Against.
Councillor Kelly.
For.
Councillor A. Khan.
For.
Councillor T. Khan. Councillor T. Khan. Move on. Councillor Lacker.
For.
Councillor Lancaster.
For.
Councillor Lapsar.
Against.
Councillor Leopodovan.
Against.
Councillor Lloyd.
For.
Councillor Mayle.
Against.
Councillor Mayton. Councillor Mayton.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mayer.
Against.
Councillor Mix.
For.
Councillor Emmerton.
For.
Councillor Boyle.
For.
Councillor Ridley.
Against.
Councillor Ruan.
For.
Councillor Sandhu.
For.
Councillor Sorden.
Against.
Councillor Seaman. Councillor B. Singh. Councillor.
Sorry, for.
Thank you. Councillor R. Singh.
For.
Councillor Skinner.
Against.
Councillor Thay.
For.
Councillor Thomas.
For.
Councillor Walsh.
For.
Councillor Welsh.
For.
Councillor Williams.
And
Deputy Lord Mayor.
For.
Can I go back to Councillor Ali, please?
Yes, for.
Thank you. So I've got
Thank
33 for and 14 against.
Okay, that's clearly carried. I suggest at this point, as I indicated at the beginning of the meeting, we will adjourn now for 20 minutes. So I suggest we come back at 6:15. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. We're now on to item 9, Albany Theatre Trust Capital Project, from the Cabinet of the 23rd of February 21. I invite Councillor Welsh to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I think to start with, it's fair to say that we are living in extraordinary times, and we've discussed today some of the challenges that we're facing, particularly around COVID, but also we can see that there are a number of opportunities as well, and one of them being City of Culture. And I think our city is really grasping hold of these opportunities and making the most of them. I think coming out of COVID, one of the things that's very, very clear that people are going to want places to go and things to do and things to see. And this is where the Albany is well placed. So looking at the report, you'll notice that there is an ask of just over 2.9 million towards a capital project. The capital project is an ambitious scheme to make the Albany a sustainable future offer for the city long into the future. And this includes new studio spaces and community facilities going forward. It also improves the offer that the Albany has. What is very, very clear is this is a make or break time for the Albany. And I think COVID has hit hard at a number of cultural organisations, but particularly the Albany. And this is why this report's coming forward. For me, it's very, very clear that the Albany is a valued cultural asset, and members that come in today may refer to that themselves with their own experiences, and I'm sure a number of the members around the room will know of these instances, because it's not just us that experience it, but our constituents do as well. The way that the Albany reaches out to the community is impressive. They have an Arts for Life programme which looks to include diversity and inclusiveness in their projects, and that really is at the heart of what the Albany does. They also have a active volunteer scheme, and I think sorry, a lot of feedback. Sorry about that, colleagues. I've had something interrupt me there. And there's a number of volunteers that support the organisation as well. So I think there's impressive work that goes on there. I think what this actually does is puts the Albany not just in a sustainable position, but really gives them the opportunity to take advantages of things that come out of City of Culture. We can see from the 2 reports that we've got today that that's happening already, and I think the Albany will be well placed to do that as well. We are going to work very, very closely with the Albany and support them through this, and you'll see from the report there are conditions that have to be met in getting this grant funding as well. What we're doing here, colleagues, is raising arts and culture in our city. The way we're talking about it now, the conversations that are going on social media, what is happening in our city is a level above what we've seen before. We really are moving our city forward. I'm proud of the work that's going on. Is it going to be easy? No, it's not. But I think we need to give organisations like the Albany every opportunity to succeed. So I move the report, Deputy Lord Mayor, and I look forward to the comments from this virtual chamber. I can't hear you, John. You're on mute.
Had to do it once today, didn't I? Councillor Bigham, do you wish to second or reserve your right to speak?
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I wish to second, and I'll speak now if I may.
Please do.
Thank you. I second the recommendations as printed. This grant would secure the future for the Albany Theatre. We may have had our first experience ourselves in the arts at the Albany Theatre, or we may have watched children that we know move from the very first scrapings of violin strings to international success. This is an opportunity not only to ensure that there is equality of experience and opportunity in the arts, but that doors are open to careers and jobs, both front of house and back of house, that there is a strong City of Culture legacy for Coventry citizens, that this wonderful Art Deco asset, one of very few in the city, moves into the future, continuing to work with partners and with volunteers to provide experiences and expertise to community groups of all ages, to children in their education, and to ensure that Coventry's artistic expertise is safe beyond the City of Culture years and into the future. We have seen during the pandemic how that socialising, coming together to sing, to dance, to act out emotions and learn from that acting out is one of the most important things for people's bodily health and people's mental health. The Albany Theatre is a valuable asset to the city, and this grant gives it the sustainable future that not only our community needs, but that our community deserves. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bingham. I have Councillor Bailey indicating to speak. Is there anybody else who wishes to participate? Please let me know. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. First of all, can I agree with many of the sentiments that have been said by both speakers? They're good points made. It is important to support the arts in these challenging times, as many organisations have suffered, as we all know. This is especially so as we approach May, the start of our City of Culture, and this is already mentioned by two of our previous speakers. A good variety of events and shows have been put on, and I know they have great plans for the future. It will also give us a legacy with our support, something we are all keen to see, helping to create a corridor of arts and culture stretching over to the Belgrade and to the Coventry Transport Museum. Dare I even mention the IKEA site. I would like to put in a word of caution because there is a financial risk, but we on this side of the virtual chamber will be supporting this and actually pushing for this to happen. So thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm just keeping it short. I know we've had a long afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bailey. I see nobody else indicating. Councillor Welsh, would you like to close the debate?
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I welcome the comments made by both Councillor Bingham and Councillor Bailey, and I look forward to seeing this project come to fruition.
Thank you very much. I now call for a vote on the recommendations. Can members please unmute their microphones? All those in favour?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
All those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Can members please mute their microphones? Item 10, property acquisition and acceptance of grant from the mandate of 23rd of February 21. I invite Councillor O'Boyle to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. An opportunity has arisen for the local authority to purchase the now empty IKEA building. It's identified clearly within the report what that is for. Before I just get on to that, it's worth saying that just taking a slight step back, we know that IKEA announced over a year ago now its closure, and it was right that we respected the process that the company had to go through with their employees when they went through the consultation around the redundancy and the actual closure. I only say that because clearly there was a lot of speculation, a lot of questions about the site at the particular time. It was right that we gave that due respect to the workforce of the company to go through those processes. That being said, we clearly recognise, as being the freeholders of the site, that this was a potential opportunity to repurpose and regenerate that particular area. As I said, it is a massive site, and it would be a terrible shame if it was left empty for a long period of time. And being the freeholders, that does give us options as to what can or can't be used on the particular site going forward. So the report identifies the partners, and I mentioned them briefly in my speech earlier: Arts Council England, the British Council, the Culture Trusts in Coventry, even Coventry University. And clearly, as part of a particular Art Culture Trust in Coventry, we've got lots of exhibits in and around the city that can't actually be exhibited to the public on display because we have no room, and this will give the opportunity to right that particular issue. And not just the Arts Council England and British Council, which will have very nationally and internationally significant exhibits, but we'd like to think that in Coventry we have nationally and internationally important exhibits as well. And the opportunity, as I said, to do that, I think would be really important. But we need good partners, as I said earlier on, and we really could not have better partners than the ones I've mentioned, particularly Arts Council England and the British Council. They've got absolutely impeccable financial credentials to sign a long lease with them that would then pay rent going forward to help us both support the sale of the acquisition of the IKEA building, but also the running of it going forward. They would in effect become the tenants of the local authority. In finishing, Deputy Lord Mayor, this is, as I said, about regeneration. It's also about reimagining our city centre as well. City centres are changing, not just physically, as we can see all too well in Coventry city centre, but they're changing how people use them. People are starting to move back into city centres. They're changing the way they use them. Over 30% of shopping now. COVID has hastened that change, but over 30% now is done online. So we have to find a way to understand and repurpose our city centres. This is a perfect example, along with many of the other things that we're doing in the city centre, to do that. It brings in jobs, brings in investments, and it sits alongside very nicely, as I said, some of the other work that we're doing, and it realises what is a fantastic asset. We can realise its full potential, both in economic terms, but also for the interests of the local population in terms of jobs and bringing footfall into our city to help support our other businesses in and around the city centre. So without further ado, Deputy Lord Mayor, I move the relative recommendations as identified in the report.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Welsh, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
Yes, I'll speak now, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I don't forget in seconding this that it's budget day, and I'm going to say that the Tories called their budget ambitious. So with this item, if the Tories aren't careful, it's going to make their heads explode. We'll end up with 14 by-elections. So I really want them to try and contain themselves with this. Councillor Boyle's already touched on IKEA leaving Coventry, and that very much being seen as a negative. And I think what's really, really exciting about this is how we've managed to turn that into a real positive for the city. What we're doing is bringing together some national partners in the British Council and Arts Council England, national partners with international reach that are looking to work with Culture Coventry that hold our local collection and with learning opportunities with Coventry University. I think there's a real opportunity there to elevate culture to a level that we haven't seen in the city in decades. I'm really encouraged by that, and I think the work that's gone on there is really, really encouraging. Purchasing the site is a key milestone in delivering this, and I think that's really, really important. Just a few of the things I think are going to be really, really positive as well as flowing from this will be the fact that we'll be able to release buildings like Whitefriars Monastery, a building that has been closed to the public for many, many years. It's currently used for storage. It has so much more potential than that. And I think unlocking things like that is a real positive for us going forward. One thing that has not surprised me, but I think shocked me in terms of the engagement that people are having with this project. On social media, in the papers, people talking about it, people are actually really encouraged. They're really excited. They're talking about what this could mean for the city. And I don't think we've had that kind of engagement in a long time either, maybe since we were announced as City of Culture. So I really do see that, we're taking people of Coventry with us with this. So I'm really, really encouraged by that. I think just the final point that I wanted to make on it, I think, is the link between culture and regeneration, because I don't think it's really something that we've had in the past where culture and arts in particular have been seen as a cost to deliver. Whereas what this scheme has done is turned that around completely, where culture and arts is seen as something that is adding value to the city. It's actually bringing something different. And as I link it back to COVID, as we move out of COVID into a world where we can start socialising again, venues like this are going to be really, really important in driving economic growth and creating jobs. So with that, I gladly second the report, and I look forward to the comments that people make.
Thank you, Councillor Welsh. Thank you. Councillor Lepoideman, do you wish to participate?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, please.
I will be moving an amendment that will be seconded by Councillor Bailey.
Okay, could I hold you there then? We need to put the amendment up on screen. Okay, thank you, Councillor Lepoideman.
The amendment before you now is to put an additional recommendation after recommendation 1 and 2. It's to instruct officers to explore the feasibility of including the Coventry Police Museum within this new facility. In Coventry, the feasibility of putting the police museum in Coventry. Members, I am sure, will remember back in 2019 when there were proposals to move the Coventry Police Museum to Birmingham, the outcry of the public who wished the museum to remain in Coventry. In fact, a petition that Councillor Bailey and I raised about this issue raised 1,581 signatures. The report before us now to acquire the IKEA building to house new collections will revitalise this whole area for arts and culture, from the Albany Theatre to the Boutique Hotel. This area could become a must-go-to area in future. There is a huge opportunity now to look at the feasibility of including the Coventry Police Museum here, and I ask that you vote to support this amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lepoideman. Councillor Bailey, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll speak now if that's okay, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Please do.
Thank you. I endorse everything Julia said. It's not asking to be fixed in concrete. This is asking officers to explore the possibility of the police museum going in here, for the simple reason that if once it moves to Birmingham, if it does, then we're not going to get it back again. And it's not just about uniforms, it's about the police themselves, those who have lived and served in Coventry and representing their heritage, their culture. And so we think that it's going to be a challenge to find other locations on a permanent basis. So we're simply asking to explore the feasibility of including it in what is almost a purpose-built building. IKEA was built to take an awful lot. It's almost like it's been built to be a museum, and it's a great building, great opportunities, and all we're asking is the police museum to be considered to be included.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I ask, is an adjournment required to consider the amendment?
I think I can answer that, Lord Mayor. I have a straightforward answer to this, but I don't know what the process is for giving an answer, because this isn't questions and answers. So at this, because we've got a response to that, we will have to vote it down. So I'm telling you that now, but we have an answer for it, but I don't know how to answer it without speaking on the debate.
Okay. Second?
Need an adjournment.
You can make a point of clarification, Councillor O'Boyle, without contributing to the debate.
Well, I could, but they've started the debate now, and I don't want to then be in a position whereby.
Okay.
Well, basically, we've found that there is a venue that the police museum is going to be located in. That's a fact.
So you're saying it's not required? Okay.
No, it's not required.
Absolutely clear.
We've already
Thank you very much. So there is no purpose to the amendment, is what you're saying. Okay, Councillor, I see Councillor Ridley, Councillor Blundell and Councillor Ballysing.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Can I just say that I am extremely disappointed to hear those comments from Jim O'Boyle just there. It's not more than sort of 30 minutes ago that he was talking about working in partnership with people. And I think what he's just said there just exposes that to be the utter rubbish that we all knew it was at the time. We have deliberately worded this amendment in such a way as to give you an enormous amount of wriggle room to get out of it. All you have to do is accept this proposal today, explore the feasibility of it and say, do you know what, guys, it's not feasible next week. If that's the case, then fine, do it. We are not, this doesn't commit you to anything. It commits you to exploring the feasibility of it. Now, hang on, sorry, Lord Mayor, can you shut him up, please? We sit there and listen to this nonsense and we don't interrupt people.
Can I stop everybody? We've had a very constructive meeting this afternoon. I know we're getting tired. I would ask members not to interrupt when people are speaking and just go forward on that basis. Councillor Ridley.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. As I was trying to say just a moment ago, that I'd be very interested to hear Jim's comments if he wished to address the meeting in the appropriate way about the alternative venue which he is now saying that's been found. My understanding was that the City of Culture was going to intervene for the next 12 months and put it in some kind of shop front for 12 months. But the future after that is very unclear. If Little Park Street goes, then the reality is that we could be looking at a situation where this collection goes off down the A45 to Birmingham, and 100 and God knows how many years of police history in Coventry goes with it. And I don't think that's an appropriate legacy for the City of Culture. Now, as I say, it might well be the case that this isn't the best venue for it. Fine. So explore the feasibility of it and come up with that conclusion. You know, I really don't understand it's that difficult. And it's not, you know, it's classic from this administration to say they work in partnership and then just shoot things down, to be honest with you. I would like to thank Julie Lepoidovan for the hard work that she's done on this subject, not just on the motion today and the idea to do this, but also with the work that she's done around collecting petitions and things like that. And I know she engages very well and very hard with a lot of former police employees who've worked there over the years, obviously herself being one. I do think it's important to recognise that with the City of Culture year coming up, you know, it is wrong to lose this out of the city. And I just think this is something that could actually strengthen the proposal going forward. So to be absolutely clear, you know, we're not going to vote against this proposal if this amendment gets voted down. We will vote for it, and enthusiastically so as well. I would just point out to Labour colleagues who've spoken earlier in this debate that maybe they need to do some marketing amongst their own former colleagues around this scheme, because I was looking at a comment from Damien Gannon on Twitter earlier today who described it as a warehouse. So maybe you can provide us with some reassurances that it won't just be a warehouse, but it will in fact be a quality, viable facility which the people of Coventry can enjoy. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ridley. Councillor Bailey, is that historic? Yeah. Okay, Councillor Blundell.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. This is just very personal to me because my wife's late brother, PC Guthrie, who was murdered in Coventry in 1972 in Davies's gun shop, is one of the final exhibits in the Coventry Police Museum. And to be honest with you, I want it to remain in Coventry. I think it's an excellent idea to put it in the old IKEA building, but I mean, from what Councillor O'Boyle has said, I think it's absolutely essential that it remains in Coventry. So it's just a very personal thing. We would not want to see it go off down the road to Birmingham. And can I just say I support the idea of it remaining in Coventry, in the IKEA building, very well, but if not, a permanent place in Coventry. It's very, very important. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Blundell. Councillor Ballysing.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just thought Councillor O'Boyle, Cabinet Member, has explained the situation really well in terms of a possible site already being identified. This could have been resolved with an email asking that query, and this motion just risks politicising this whole issue, which there is actually a consensus on. So I think we should just move on, vote this down, and move back to something where we do have consensus on in terms of the great plans for the former IKEA building.
Thank you. Councillor O'Boyle, do you wish to contribute at this stage? before I bring in Councillor Lapoideman.
Lord Mayor, I think the position I can outline once we get to the substantive motion, I merely make the point, you know, because Councillor Ridley got really angry and started shouting. That's probably the reason why quite often people don't come and talk to him. But actually, the work is in progress in order to try and resolve this particular issue. And it's just a pity, really, that the Conservative councillors, you know, don't actually try and sort of have constructive conversations rather than, as has been pointed out, try and politicise everything and something in order to get a cheap headline. And I really, really wish that was the case. But I think, you know, the die is cast with the kind of direction that the Conservatives want to go down, which is a great pity because in the end they'll support this anyway going forward, which of course is the right thing to do. But they'll just get their little headline along the way. But I'll come back to that in the substantive part of the debate, Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Lapoideman to bring the debate to a close.
Right. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Do I take it from the comments that have been made that there is a permanent home for the Coventry Police Museum in Coventry? But I really think that this should remain in Coventry on a permanent basis, and I'm really disappointed because this facility means a lot to a lot of residents and a lot of police employees. And really, I've got no more to say. That I'm just really disappointed that we can't vote for something that is looking at the feasibility. It's nothing cast in stone, but there we go. Okay.
Thank you, Julia. I'm being advised that we need to vote, a named vote, because there is a disagreement. So I will hand it over to the monitoring officer.
Thank you very much. Councillors are asked to vote for, against, or to abstain on the amendment. Councillor N. Akhtar.
Against.
Councillor P. Akhtar.
Against.
Councillor M. Ali. Councillor R. Ali.
Against.
Councillor Andrews.
For.
Councillor Orlock.
Against.
Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Bigham.
Against.
Councillor Birdie.
For.
Councillor Blundell.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor K. Khan.
Against.
Councillor Clifford.
Against.
Councillor Duggins.
Against.
Councillor Gittins.
Against.
Councillor Harvard.
Against.
Councillor Heaven.
For.
Councillor Heatherton. Councillor Innes.
Against.
Councillor Jandu.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
Against.
Councillor A. Khan. Councillor A. Khan. Councillor T. Khan. Councillor Lacker.
Against.
Councillor Lancaster.
Against.
Councillor Lapsar.
For.
Councillor Leopodovan.
For.
Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Mayle.
For.
Councillor Mayton. Councillor Mayton. Councillor Mayer.
For.
Councillor Mix.
Against.
Councillor M. Mutton.
Against.
Councillor O'Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Ridley.
For.
Councillor Ruwan. Councillor Ruwan. Councillor Sandu. Councillor Sandu. Councillor Sorden.
For.
Councillor Seaman. Councillor Beesing.
Against.
Councillor Arsing.
Against.
Councillor Skinner.
For.
Councillor Thay.
Against.
Councillor Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Walsh.
Against.
Councillor Welsh.
Against.
Councillor Williams.
For.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Against.
Can I go back to Councillor Mayton, please?
And Councillor Khan, please.
Okay, Councillor Mayton. Councillor Mayton,
He is there.
Against, yeah, no,
there
I
we go.
put it in the chat as well.
Yeah.
okay, Councillor Mayton against, and Councillor Acorn.
Against.
Thank you. So I make that 30 against and 14 for.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we now return to the substantive debate on the recommendations. Are there any speakers? Councillor Boyle will sum up the debate. Nobody is indicating.
No, so this is the final
Well,
say on the matter.
wait a minute, Jim. Councillor Sorden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I do hope that Councillor Boyle, in summing up, will actually tell us what he has in mind. I think it's regrettable that this afternoon's debate, far from what you said has been a reasonable debate, I think this afternoon's debate has been absolutely deplorable, and that the Labour Party's performance is even worse than usual. I'm absolutely appalled at the total lack of involvement in Conservative Council. And in all the years I've served on this council, I've never known it run quite as badly as it is now. I just wanted to emphasise my complete disgust at the way the Labour Party has performed this afternoon by completely obliterating the Conservative opposition for having any view whatsoever, from keeping them out of every discussion that seems to take place, and for being so petty in trying to pretend that an issue like the Police Museum is something we want to politicise. We don't. We simply want to keep it in Coventry. We're making a perfectly reasonable suggestion, and you haven't had the decency to tell us what you have done.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Sorden. I see nobody else. Councillor Boyle, to close the debate.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Sorden doesn't want to politicise it, and then, says how terribly the council is being run. I seem to remember it was run extremely badly between 2004 and 2010, to the point where they lost control. They lost control because the potholes in the road were an absolute disgrace. And now they're down to 13 councillors. I think the public of this city vote Labour for a very good reason, because they can't stand the Conservatives, and very good reason why. Some of the tone of this, it's not just this particular debate, but the tone of some of the contributions, particularly from Sorden, of course, who wanted to be leader of the council but was deposed by then Ken Taylor in a coup. And of course, he sat on his hands for a few years, sulking about it. But I don't think you'd have done a better job than Ken, to be fair. You couldn't have run it any worse, although I'm sure you'd have given it a good go. That being said, let's get back to the substantive discussion today, which is merely, as I said, about the absolutely game-changing opportunity to purchase the IKEA building and locate, fantastic, artistic opportunities within that building, and actually bring in jobs and investment into our city. In terms of the reason for saying the Police Museum, I understand, and this is why we can't do decisions, and this is part of the problem with the Conservatives. It really is on the back of a fag packet. If they had a thought, they had a process, please contact us and we'll have a conversation. Don't try and hijack us at a full council meeting by trying to get us to make decisions without understanding the full implications of what those decisions are. So I'm not ruling anything out, I'm not ruling anything in, but what I will not do, and what this council will not do under this Labour leadership, is take knee-jerk decisions without understanding the full implication of what that decision is. I understand that a location in Hertford Street has been found for the Police Museum for the City of Culture Year. I further understand conversations will be had going forward in order to see what we can do to help support that museum going forward. But I have to say, and it is worth saying, that all of the exhibits within the Police Museum are in the ownership of West Midlands Police, and they have made it absolutely clear that as part of their funding arrangements they have got, because they've got funding in order to build a new museum in Birmingham at their headquarters. They want to locate all of their different exhibits under one roof. Now, we will make the argument very powerfully, and we'll be glad of support when we do it, but we have to understand what the implications of all those decisions are. We have to get our partners on board. So I will certainly talk to the police. I will certainly talk to my colleagues. We'll certainly talk to officers and see what we can do. But at the moment, no knee-jerk reaction. Let's get on. Let's get this deal done. Let's get thousands, potentially millions of pounds into our city for IKEA, and let's move it forward, and let's make this really happen for the people of this city. I move.
Thank you, Councillor O'Boyle. I now call for a vote on the recommendations. Can members please unmute their microphones? All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. All those against? Any abstentions? That's unanimous. Can members please mute their microphones? Item 11, statements. We have no statements today, which concludes the public business for the meeting. We will now move into the private part of the agenda. I would like to thank members of the public for joining us this afternoon. We will now pause whilst the live stream is discontinued.